choose. So we welcome you. Thank you so much for having spared time to come. This year, as we have been told, is a multidisciplinary. You know, the things nowadays are changing. Days of having a unidisciplinary research are getting over. Most of the studies now are taking multidisciplinary approach. So with that, I want us to stand up and then start our conference. Official. Okay, I've been reminded, let's give some few minutes until the VC comes in. So later on, we shall have a panel discussion, which will be chaired by the Principal College of Business and Management Sciences, Professor Edward Bale, and where we shall be discussing a number of issues in that panel by the distinguished experts from Uganda and Russia. So we shall discuss to see how can we apply this year of Noonomy in our national planning, for example, in our budgeting process. What is the role of Makerere University in advancing Noonomy? And then how can we have this Noonomy in our growth, in our manufacturing, in our industrial growth? How can we incorporate Noonomy in our digitalization efforts, in AI, among others? So we expect experts from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Science, Technology and Innovation, STI, the National Planning Authority, Makerere University, and the Uganda Manufacturers Association, and Uganda Communication Commission. Then we shall also have representative from the SY Wheat Institute of Noonomy and the New Industrial Development. This theorem is more linked to industrial growth and also, as I've told you, to the technology. That as we are moving to the issues of using artificial intelligence, digitalization, we should not forget the humanity. So the Noonomy here, how it can come in, for example, to ensure that we don't only look at the number of innovations that we have, but how have they participated in improving the human welfare. That's, so we shall have discussion on that. And then issues to do with ethical use of the new technologies. We shall have people talking about it, but also the new symbiosis. And then finally, how we in academia and research can come in and use this process. Thank you. So I was still telling you that that's why we have given notebooks and pen so that you are able to note. Later on, we shall have a whole 1 hour for Q&A. For Q&A, and Q&A to any, either to the SY Wheat Institute, and we shall have the two professors, Professor Babudov and so, yes, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome the Vice Chancellor, represented by the first Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs, Professor Sarah Sali. You are most welcome. And with that, members, allow me, I invite you to stand, and then we officially start our conference. So we start with the Ugandan anthem. the East African Makerere, and then we shall have a prayer led by Rita.
Kindly take your seats. Yes, it is time for us to dedicate this occasion to the Almighty God. Please humble yourself and we pray. Yes, Almighty God, we thank you for this beautiful day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for this beautiful institution, Makerere University. We thank you for the partnership between Makerere University and Russia, School of Economics, College of Business and Management Sciences, and the government of Uganda. Lord, you value wisdom, you value co-creation. It is my prayer that this day sets us on the right footing so that through this conference on the theory of Noonomy at Makerere University, we enhance partnership, knowledge creation, and we contribute to the body of knowledge worldwide. In the almighty name I have prayed with thanksgiving. Amen. In a very special way, members, let us welcome the first Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, with a befitting hand clap. You're welcome. That is Professor Sarah Sally. We also have key institutions represented, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Kindly wave. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Thank you. National Planning Authority. You're welcome. School of Economics, could you wave if you know you belong to Makerere University School of Economics and you're in the room? Wow, thank you for turning up in such big numbers. We have a few housekeeping rules, dear guests. Let us ensure that our phones are in the silent mode. Then we are also live streaming on the Makerere University YouTube channel, and we have a camera strategically positioned. So if you have any movements within the room, kindly make sure you do not move in front of that particular camera. And since we are live streaming, please give us your best smiles and faces. The best way you would like to be represented or appear on the Makerere University YouTube channel as the proceedings go on. Thank you very much. Let me hand over to our lead, that is Dr. Peter Babienda, to take us through the next sessions.
Thank you so much, Rita, one for dedicating us to the Almighty God. So as Rita has requested, let's sit and settle so that we can learn. Thank you so much, Rita. Rita has welcomed our guests, starting with our first Deputy Vice Chancellor. In addition, we have the head of mission for the Federal Republic of Russia at the embassy of the Ugandan embassy. I will be getting the name, but we have him here, so you can give him a hand clap. As Rita said, this is a blended conference. On line we have Professor Sergey D. Bodronov, and he is the author of the theory of Noonomy. He's also he holds the Doctor in Economic Sciences. He's a corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and also the director of the S.Y. Witt Institute of Noonomy and the New Industrial Development. At the same time, the president of the World Association of Noonomy and the president of the Free Economic Society of Russia. also online, and here he is. I think I can give him a hand clap. And we want to appreciate the financial contribution that he sent through Professor Nikolai for the success of this workshop. And this is just the start. We hope to have more. The SY Wheat Institute has promised us to, in the near, to have a very big a continental symposium here in the main hall on the Seal of Noonomy. And that time we shall not be speculators, like many people are saying we don't know this theory. That time we shall be presenting papers that involve, that test some of the aspects of the Noonomy. At this juncture, allow me to invite my boss, the principal of the college, to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor to give the opening remarks.
I want to ride on the protocol already presented. Mine is very simple, and in the interest of time, allow me to invite our first Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Salasali, to address us. But as she comes, yesterday was her birthday, and kindly hand clap and wish her a happy birthday.
Thank you very much for that. The Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Office of the President, His Excellency the Russian Ambassador to Uganda, distinguished professors and esteemed colleagues, our partners from the Witte Institute of New Industrial Development, St. Petersburg, all international guests present, policymakers, civil society leads, members of staff, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you all to Makerere University for this historic inaugural conference on the theory of Noonomy. Today, we gather not only to discuss a new paradigm in knowledge, but to chart pathways for Africa's sustainable social and economic transformation. Currently, modern civilization stands at the crossroads. Across the globe, we continue to witness systemic crises rooted in market fundamentalism, unchecked resource depletion, and the ideology of growth for the sake of growth. These contradictions are not abstract, but they manifest in climate change, widening inequality, and the erosion of social cohesion, such that if left unaddressed, they threaten irreversible consequences of humanity. And maybe I must add that when we were at university doing political science, of course, we did discuss East and West dynamics, but ever since the Berlin Wall came down, ever since the perestroika, so things just landed in a market dynamic. So that's why it's very important that we are here to discuss an alternative paradigm, okay? It's against this backdrop that the theory of Noonomy, which was developed by Professor Sergei Badrunov, offers us a new lens. Noonomy challenges us to move beyond the narrow economic relations and embrace reason, humanistic values, and solidarism as the foundation of development. It envisions a transition from the current economic model, which is largely privileging the market, to a new industrial society of the second generation, and ultimately to a society where knowledge, technology, and human potential are the true drivers of progress. Makerere University as Uganda's, and to an extension, Africa's premier institution of higher learning, has always been at the forefront of intellectual innovation. It has always been the home to economic debates. It had a privileged space during the time we got independence. And if you may realize, for us who are in universities, one of the key debates at Africa's independence was what the shape of the new university would be. We had at Makerere, led by Professor Mazrui, that the new African university, or the African university and the new independent Africa, should actually be as good and as excellent as any university in the world. And out of these, their products would be equally competitive. But at the same time, we had Walter Rodney, based in the University of Dar es Salaam, saying an African university should be anchored in the society in which it exists. And to Walter Rodney, the university needed to be informed by the problems in that society, to be shaped by the problems of that society, and to be seen to respond to the problems in that society. Whereas here at Makerere, Mazrui was saying, no, we needed to be as good as anybody else in the world, okay? And the products needed to be globally competitive. So we are proud to know that even at the time of independence, at the first decolonization, Makerere played a role in contributing to the discourse about the future of the African university. So those debates have always continued. And even when we were undergrads, as I said, the debates continued between East and West. They continued each time we had a country getting independence. And I think South Africa got independence at our time. So for us to be here discussing the theory of Noonomy in Africa or in the world is not actually mistaken, because we are in the right place for this debate to occur. Because ever since then, we took the direction of being globally competitive, locally relevant. And we hope this theory is going to speak to this. So therefore, hosting this conference is not accidental, but reflects, one, our position in shaping knowledge. I hope you've been reminded that our strategic plan, its strategic direction, is to be the thought leaders of Africa's transformation. It also reflects our commitment to shaping debates that matter to Africa's future. Uganda and Africa at large, with its youthful population, abundant resources, dynamic societies, is uniquely positioned to benefit from the principles of this theory of Noonomy. Yet, we also face acute challenges, such as persistent poverty and inequality, vulnerability to climate change, dependency on imported technologies, conflict and crisis around natural resources, such as land, as basic as water, weak integration of knowledge into long-term planning. This conference is therefore both timely and necessary. It provides a platform to interrogate, first of all, our predicament and paradox, such as being the most fertile place on earth, but also suffering massive food insecurity, okay? Such as having the most arable land, but importing also a lot of what you eat. So this theory is going to help us debate our paradoxes and our contradictions, but also to interrogate how Noonomy can help us resolve these contradictions and build a future that is inclusive, sustainable, and knowledge-driven. I have been informed that this conference intends to achieve the following. One, to introduce and contextualize the theory of Noonomy within Africa's socio-economic realities. Number two, to explore solutions to systemic challenges such as inequality, and the inequality can be socio-economic, but can also be ethnic, resource scarcity, and climate change. Number three, to identify pathways for interrogating Noonomy principles into policy, education, and institutional framework. To foster collaboration, that's number 4, among scholars, policymakers, and practitioners, and I can see the diversity in the room speaks to that. Number 5, to lay the groundwork for establishing a Noonomy Center at the School of Economics in the College of Business and Management Sciences at Makerere University. This center, once established, will serve as a hub for continental dialogue, research, and innovation, and positioning Makerere University as a leader in advancing alternative development paradigms. And as I said before, that helps us, that contributes to our strategic direction of being thought leaders. The proposed Noonomy Center at Makerere University will embody this vision. It will serve as a platform for interdisciplinary research, policy engagement, and continental collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we face, including climate change, inequality, technological dependence, cannot be solved by business as usual kind of things. In other dispensations called, you cannot help to resolve your problems by relying on the same processes or the same factors that brought them to bear, okay? They require bold thinking, innovative frameworks, and collective action. Noonomy invites us to imagine a future where knowledge is the primary productive force, technology serves humanity rather than displacing it, development is measured not only in GDP, but in human potential, social cohesion, and environmental sustainability. This is not a distant dream. It is a pathway we can begin to build today through research, policy innovation, and institutional collaboration. On behalf of Makerere University Management, and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor who I'm representing, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to our partners. And these include the Wheat Institute of New Industrial Development in Russia, the government of Uganda for providing funds through the Makerere University Research Innovation Fund, our colleagues in government, and you were all introduced, policymakers, civil society leaders, and students who have joined us today. We acknowledge you all in your numbers. Your presence affirms the importance of this dialogue and the shared commitment to building a better future. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, we are proud as a university to host this pioneering conference. Let us seize the moment to think boldly, collaborate deeply, and act decisively. Together, we can transform the theory of Noonomy into a living agenda for Africa that prioritizes knowledge, human potential, and sustainable transformation. Once again, I welcome you all to this conference and to Makerere University, and wish you fruitful deliberations as we build for the future for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Prof. So, Prof, before you sit, but let's give a very big hand clap to our Vice Chancellor. So, Prof, I've been requested that you remain standing, the Vice Chancellor, and then I will invite Professor Nikolai, and then Rita to take the gift to the principal. No, to the principal first. So we have a gift from Russia to our Vice Chancellor. A hand clap. Yeah. Thank you so much, Prof. Badnov and Nikolai. Now, at this juncture, allow me to invite the representative of, who is actually the head of mission at the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Russia. Are you speaking in English? Okay, yeah.
Dear Professor Sarah Salih, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to extend my gratitude to the leadership of the Makerere University for the invitation to attend this event. This conference is being held on the ground of the Makerere University, one of the oldest and most respected institutions of higher learning on the African continent. It needs to be said that Russia and Africa have been historically linked by bonds of partnership founded on principle of mutual respect, anti-colonial struggle, friendship between our peoples. We will always be proud of the comprehensive support that we provided to African nations that paved way to their independence and sovereign development. With relation to Uganda, I would like to underscore that our countries enjoy warm and friendly ties based on a strong foundation of mutual understanding, respect, equality, non-interference in internal affairs of each other, non-politicization of the issue of human rights, and commitment to further expand mutually beneficial cooperation. In the last decades, the dynamics of our relations have been very impressive. The full-fledged bilateral meeting between our head of states on the margins of the Russia-Africa Summit in July 2023 in St. Petersburg laid down a broad foundation for deepening of mutually advantageous cooperation between our countries. I would like to underscore that the friendly ties between our leaders remain a strong force behind the development of Russia-Uganda cooperation. I would like to highlight with gratitude that the Makerere University has been at the forefront of scientific and educational cooperation between our countries. The high level of our relations on the humanitarian track is reaffirmed by the large number of students, Ugandan students. We provide about 50 government scholarships for Ugandan students per year. And the regular intake of the students of Russian language courses supported by Makerere University. Another highly promising bilateral undertaking is the participation of Uganda in the Alabuga Start program, which is aimed to provide vocational training for young people from Uganda. Only this year, nearly 150 Ugandans joined this program, which enables them to acquire necessary professional skills in various technical areas. I would like to once again express our gratitude to this team, our cooperation. Today,
the head of mission at the Russian embassy in Uganda. Another hand clap for him. And thank you, Russia, always for the friendship you have had. They have given us a number of scholarships, and they continue to give us. We really appreciate that friendship that has lasted for a long period. Now we are going to listen, and I want to ask those who are distributing the translating microphones to, they're on the table already? Okay. So we are going to listen to Professor Sergey Badronov, who is the author of this theory. He has most of his presentation is on the video, and I think that is the translation we are going to have. So can we have him? No, not the video. He's going to speak. Bring him on the Zoom. The video will come later. Okay, here he is. Professor, you are welcome.
Сергей Бодрунов, or Сергей Глазьев. Уважаемые коллеги, dear colleagues, dear friends, I would like to speak Russian. I am from Russian. Я буду говорить по-русски. Коллеги, которые переводят россиян, участвующих в этом замечательном мероприятии. Я рад всех приветствовать. И наш визит, онлайн-визит и визит наших коллег в Уганду знаменует очередной новый этап наших отношений. Я думаю, что, может быть, сейчас нужно перевести, или я должен продолжать говорить. Мне подскажите, пожалуйста, как там перевод устроен, синхронно или нет? Николай Дмитриевич, можете сказать, что происходит?
Сергей Дмитриевич, перевод синхронный есть.
Синхронный, отлично. Спасибо большое. Я продолжаю. Уважаемые коллеги, сегодняшний симпозиум, сегодняшнее большое мероприятие я с удовольствием бы посетил лично, но, к сожалению, мероприятий очень много, и сегодня я просто не успел на это замечательное мероприятие в связи со сложным трафиком, самолетами, которые должны были бы прилететь только попозже, после того, как он закончится семинар. Поэтому я принимаю участие онлайн, но мой коллега Николай Дмитриев, надеюсь, так сказать, достойно представит нашу компанию, нашу организацию, наших специалистов на этом замечательном мероприятии. Сегодня мы проводим для нас очередной, очень серьезный, крупный симпозиум, крупную конференцию по продвижению теории наномики. Сегодня уже было сказано немало хороших и правильных слов в отношении теории наномики, сказано о ее значении, и мне хотелось бы добавить только совсем немного о том, каким образом этот семинар вписывается в нашу общую концепцию продвижения теории наномики по всему миру. Институт нового индустриального развития имени Витте из Санкт-Петербурга, который я создал много лет назад и который представляю сегодня на этой конференции в качестве руководителя института, проводит многие десятки конференций, симпозиумов, конгрессов по всему миру по развитию теории наномики, продвижению теории наномики и использованию ее теоретических наработок в практической деятельности, что в действительности очень важно. Я хотел бы сказать буквально несколько слов по этому поводу, поскольку сегодня будет мой базовый доклад, который будет представлен на этом мероприятии. У нас проводятся большие конгрессы в Европе, в России, Китае, Латинской Америке, во многих странах. На африканском континенте мы приглашаем специалистов из Африки, но на этом континенте у нас еще не было до сих пор ни одного крупного мероприятия. Значит, тем не менее, в этом году, в марте месяце, учитывая значительный интерес в мире к продвижению теории наномики, было создано нашими коллегами, с моим естественным таким основным участием, создана Всемирная ассоциация наномики. Эта ассоциация включила в себя все конгрессы и все крупные мероприятия по развитию теории наномики, ознакомлению с ней новых и новых участников и включению в имплементацию в процесс исследований новых коллег из разных стран. Чрезвычайно важно, что в качестве базового такого мероприятия признано организовать Центральный африканский конгресс по продвижению теории наномики. Мы рассматривали на Совете Ассоциации, какой из университетов в африканских странах, какая страна могут стать базовой для организации такого конгресса и продвижения нашей концепции, нашей идеи. И остановились на университете Макерere, поскольку мы знаем специалистов этого университета. У меня была очень детальная, значительная онлайн-встреча с руководителем университета, ректором университета, профессором Барнабасом, который показал большой интерес к этой работе со стороны университета Макерere. Мы очень счастливы, что университет принимает нас с нашей концепцией, принимает нас как специалистов, и мы надеемся, что это начало сегодняшней работы, это только старт тех больших дел, которые мы собираемся дальше осуществлять. Я чрезвычайно признателен нашему уважаемому послу, нашему посольству, нашему Министерству иностранных дел России, которое поддерживает наши усилия по развитию отношений с нашими коллегами в разных странах, коллегами в ученом, научном мире, коллегами в мире исследований в области экономики, в области развития социально-экономического и так далее. И вот это очень важно понимать, что мы все вместе, мы только вместе можем преодолеть трудности, которые сегодня есть. Несколько слов хочу сказать о том, в каком мире мы находимся. Я, безусловно, думаю, что все мы понимаем, сегодняшняя ситуация весьма и весьма непростая. И очень важно понять, почему происходит то, что происходит. Почему мы сегодня находимся в таком состоянии, которое в теории Noonomy называется точкой бифуркации развития цивилизационной системы, как системы. Почему в ней, в этой точке, временной точке, сошлись очень многие кризисные явления. Это кризис, так сказать, использования технологий. Мы сегодня понимаем, что мощь технологий достигла чрезвычайного уровня. И сегодня мы можем путем неразумного использования технологий, можем очень сильно навредить развитию человечества, вплоть до полного уничтожения. В то же время правильное использование технологий может помочь решить многие другие проблемы. Сегодня мы видим нарастающие проблемы, так сказать, неравенства, проблемы, так сказать, неравенства развития разных регионов мира, разных страт населения и так далее. Неравенство в доступе к знаниям, к информации и так далее. Это тоже сегодняшняя, так сказать, кризисная ситуация. Потому что дальнейшее развитие идет именно через через доступ к знанию, к информации, к тому, что сегодня составляет основу не только научно-технического прогресса, но и основу всей нашей жизни, уклада нашей жизни. Вот все эти явления, уж я не говорю об экологических и других проблемах, которые тоже сегодня нарастают все больше и больше, в развитии всевозможных, так сказать, явлений в связи с расширением коммуникационного взаимодействия людей. В частности, пандемия показала, так сказать, что контактность, так сказать, населения чрезвычайно выросла, и, соответственно, любые, так сказать, изменения в микромире могут привести к колоссальным потрясениям в мире не микро, а в нашем цивилизационном, так сказать, пространстве. И многие другие явления, которые сегодня мы наблюдаем, они все сошлись в этой точке. Почему это происходит? Исследованием этого процесса занимается теория Noonomy. Каким образом мы можем развиваться дальше? Этим тоже занимается теория Noonomy. Что мы можем извлечь из сегодняшнего полезного, и что мы не должны ни в коем случае, так сказать, игнорировать, какие проблемы мы должны решать, это тоже исследует теория Noonomy. Ну и, наконец, мы в теории Noonomy рассматриваем механизмы, практические механизмы на не только локальном, но и на глобальном уровне, потому что сегодня невозможно решать проблемы локально, их надо решать сразу и глобально. Вот эти проблемы, так сказать, рассматривает тоже теория Noonomy, рассматривает также и механизмы, которые позволяют эти проблемы решать. Поэтому в теории Noonomy исследуется опыт многих стран в части, так сказать, развития национальных экономик, социально-экономического развития разных стран. Исследуется опыт модернизации разных народов, континентов и так далее. Мы исследуем опыт, так сказать, международных объединений в экономике, социальной сфере и даже в политической, как в некоторой части, хотя нас это в меньшей степени интересует, поскольку политика – это все-таки отражение экономики, а не наоборот, хотя есть, конечно, взаимовлияние очень большое. Так? Вот. Тем не менее, мы понимаем, так сказать, да, что этот опыт может дать многое для того, чтобы хорошее взять, а ненужное отбросить и учитывать, так сказать, как оно будет влиять, это все ненужное, на наше развитие. Вот это то, что исследует теория нономики, и на что я хотел бы сегодня обратить внимание. Сегодняшний конгресс, сегодняшний симпозиум – это начало этого исследовательского процесса у нас в университете, сейчас в университете Макерere. Мы хотели бы, вот учитывая такой ознакомительный первый, так сказать, да, приход сюда, в этот университет, значит, хотели бы, чтобы вы внимательно, коллеги, посмотрели, послушали, так сказать, внимательно продумали, так сказать, те идеи, которые сегодня будут высказаны. Я очень уверен, что вот дальнейшее развитие пойдет по линии исследования совместного исследования тех вопросов, проблем, которые сегодня существуют. Буквально несколько слов о том, что сегодня представляет собой в нашем понимании, так сказать, да, значит, движение в развитии, так сказать, человечества и через, как использовать теорию нономики, через теорию нономики, как это будет дальше идти. Мы полагаем, что сегодняшнее состояние – это, я бы сказал так, фундированная, так сказать, да, значит, имплементация неолиберального подхода к развитию экономики. Основу этого подхода составляет однополярный политическом плане, так сказать, да, и политико-экономическом плане, культурном даже плане, так сказать, да, попытка, по крайней мере, такая, так сказать, да, значит, идеологическом плане и так далее, значит, навязывание многим странам, народам и так далее вот этой неолиберальной повестки, поскольку она позволяет тем, кто ее, так сказать, апологизирует, тем, кто с ней находится, так сказать, в тесном контакте, позволяет жить, в общем-то, за счет других и не давать развиваться в связи с этим другим. И это мы наблюдаем в течение многих, ну, наверное, можно сказать, столетий, но к неолиберализму пришли вот в последние десятилетия, так сказать, да, которые сегодня становится, так сказать, да, основой для исследований, так сказать, да, значит, современных экономических школ той части мира, которая сегодня является, так сказать, основой вот этого самого подхода нелиберального. Тяжелое, сложное наследие этого подхода – это неравенство, о котором я уже говорил. Это неравенство в развитии, это сдерживание развития других, так сказать, народов и стран. Но время идет. И сегодня с помощью научно-технического прогресса, доступа к технологиям, к знанию, которое невозможно закрыть, так сказать, ни от кого, и которое становится все более и более доступным. Да? Вот в связи с этим, так сказать, так, все-таки нарастают тенденции, которые мы исследуем в теории нономики, тенденции развития тех народов и стран, которые длительное время, оставаясь на периферии, можно сказать так, наверное, мира, вот этого неолиберального мира, давали этому миру все, что могут дать, не получая от него того, что они должны были получать для своего развития. Сегодня тенденция, так сказать, это нарастает, и сегодня понятно, что старый, как говорится, мир держит как можно больше в руках, так сказать, через свои институты, через, возможно, организационная структура и так далее, да, держит эту ситуацию в руках, продолжая, так сказать, ее даже вплоть до и иногда и там, военных конфликтов и так далее и тому подобное. Вот. Значит, тем не менее, нам необходимо всем вместе, так сказать, да, развивать новый мир на новых подходах. Вот сегодня мне представляется, что новый мир начнет развиваться как раз в тех местах, где длительное время шло такое понятное, так сказать, сопротивление вот этому насилию, этому, так сказать, да, не до развитию, так сказать, невозможности доразвиваться как надо и так далее, как странам, как континентам. Это и Азия, и Китай демонстрируют, так сказать, гигантские шаги в этом направлении, например. Так, это Африка, встающая, так сказать, и вставшая с колен, встающая, так сказать, да, в ряд, так сказать, тех народов и тех стран, которые будут двигать дальше цивилизационное развитие. И вот это Латинская Америка. Мы приходим на эти континенты, в эти страны с новой идеей, с новой концепцией, которая сегодня, я надеюсь, поможет нам вместе преодолевать вот те сложности, которые нам придется все равно всему миру преодолевать. Поскольку, не преодолев точку бифуркации, мы рискуем попасть в еще более сложную ситуацию, чем сегодня находимся. И вот это тоже, так сказать, предмет теории наономики. Какие практики можно здесь использовать? Какие идеи, так сказать, можно реализовать? Какие учебные программы в школах, в университетах и так далее должны быть, ну, скажем, созданы, так сказать, имплементированы в образовательный процесс вот в тех странах, в тех континентах, у тех народов, которые сегодня ищут новый путь и создают новый путь для своего развития. В этой части я хотел бы сказать, что Россия всегда, Советский Союз, Россия всегда были с теми, кто идет по этому пути. И вот как не получится, так сказать, вроде, как бы сегодня Россия уже не Советский Союз, но само само цивилизационное движение подсказывает нам, что мы должны быть солидарны в этом направлении, в этом движении. И вот тот символ, наверное, так сказать, да, мы видим, вот сегодня рядом стоит флаг Уганды и флаг России. Они стоят рядом. Значит, вот я думаю, да, что это не просто символ. Так получилось, да, что сегодня мы начинаем, собственно говоря, некоторый определенный шаг в научном сообществе, так сказать, да, по дальнейшему сближению, поддержке нас в этом плане и дальнейшей совместной работе вместе вот по этому направлению. Я желаю Конгрессу, сегодняшнему мероприятию, сегодняшнему симпозиуму очень хорошего результата. Я надеюсь, что дискуссия, которая сегодня пройдет, будет полезной. Ну и, конечно, мы с удовольствием будем видеть представителей университета Макерere, значит, лучшего, одной из самых крупных и серьезных, так сказать, занимающихся научной подготовкой и учебным процессом университетов не Уганды только лишь, а всей, так сказать, центральноафриканской зоны. Вот. Мы считаем, так сказать, да, что эти коллеги украсят своим участием наш Римский конгресс, который состоится 17, 18, 19 сентября в Италии, Конгресс Всемирной ассоциации наономики. Мы ждем вас, уважаемые коллеги, и именно на этом конгрессе мы впервые объявим о том, что мы учреждаем в нашей системе Центрально-Африканский конгресс по теории наономики. Мы очень рассчитываем на ваше участие как специалистов, как ученых в исследовательском процессе. Мы очень рассчитываем на вас как преподавателей, как профессоров, которые позволят, так сказать, да, студентам ознакомиться с этой концепцией и имплементируют ее в свои учебные курсы. Со своей стороны мы, конечно, безусловно, дадим необходимую научную литературу, дадим, так сказать, да, значит, методические материалы. Их сегодня достаточно много. Вот. И могу сказать, что на этой конференции, на этом конгрессе в Риме будет подписано соглашение, которое, в принципе, уже парафировано, соглашение с Организацией Объединенных Наций, значит, об учреждении института наономики с подготовкой студентов, с выдачей международных дипломов по теории наономики. Мне представляется этот шаг очень важным, и хотелось бы, чтобы вы принимали в этой работе серьезное участие, в том числе университет Макерere, который мог бы через некоторое время принять участие в программах вот этого самого института и выпускать студентов также с вторым дипломом вот, об этом образовании. Я хотел бы также пожелать успеха всем участникам, которые сегодня онлайн находятся нашего мероприятия. Я могу сказать, что здесь находятся люди не только из России в онлайне, я вижу, да, но и из некоторых других стран. К сожалению, не смогли подключиться наши коллеги из Латинской Америки в силу разницы большой во времени и не очень хорошей связи. Но мы, тем не менее, материалы этого конгресса, сегодняшнего мероприятия мы обязательно разместим во всех наших, так сказать, информационных каналах и на наших сайтах, и будет об этом также доложено на мероприятиях, дальнейших мероприятиях нашей ассоциации, Всемирной ассоциации наономики. В добрый путь, всего доброго, и я, конечно, счастлив, что сегодня такое мероприятие состоится. Спасибо.
Thank you so much, Professor Sajje,
Thank you.
for giving highlights of what Noonomy is about, and that was the hand clap. I think I can add him another hand clap. If I can just in a minute say what he has said, especially the last one, that once we have the Institute of Noonomy at the School of Economics, it will develop into, giving courses, diplomas in this theory of Noonomy. The process is on. The memorandum of understanding is under review by the legal office. So we pledge to work together to have this and to be, and thank you for picking Makerere to be, those are hand claps for picking Makerere to host this Noonomy Institute in Africa. He has also talked about the Congress on Noonomy that will take place in Italy. And Prof, I want to assure you that in that Congress, Makerere University will make presentation. Now that you have explained this theory, expect professors from Makerere to make some presentations, at least 2 papers. He has also mentioned that there are many issues, and also the Vice Chancellor in her speech had talked about it, that are happening globally, and the Professor Sajia said he was not able to come because of some of those issues. He couldn't find a flight to connect. And that's why the CEO of Noonomy is coming in to mention that let's use knowledge as the main productive force. Let the technology serve humanity instead of replacing it. And let's use solidarity. Solidarity, and so there is equity in the distribution of resources, and our industrialization be sustainable, to ensure sustainability. And that means the issues of climate change are handled and all that. And you can do that even in our planning. He says that largely they have been using historical data to make the analysis. Now, Professor Sajia also made a presentation in form of a video. Media team, are we ready with that video? So let's watch the video.
Professor Sergei Glazyev, Russia, State Secretary of the Union State of Russia and Belarus, Academician of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Kampala, Uganda, 2026.
Уважаемые коллеги, я рад приветствовать вас на первой на африканском континенте.
Distinguished colleagues, I am pleased to welcome you to the first conference on Noonomy ever held in Africa. Noonomy is a promising new field of research that addresses current needs and challenges that arise from the transition between technological paradigms and world economic orders, a transition now nearing its completion.
Мир стремительно меняется. В наших глазах
The world is changing at extraordinary speed. We are living through a technological revolution driven by digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and modern communications. For the first time, nanotechnology allows us to create materials with entirely new properties, while genetic engineering enables us to develop new varieties of plants and microorganisms. Cell-based technologies are also ushering in a new era in medicine, making tissue regeneration possible and potentially extending human life expectancy to 100 years.
одновременно с этим происходят крупномасштабные изменения в системах управления.
At the same time, governance systems are undergoing far-reaching change. The old imperial order that divided the world into 2 blocks is coming to an end. One bloc comprised socialist countries governed through the Soviet model of centralized planning. The other consisted of Western imperial powers dominated by transnational corporations that exploited the developing world. Many African countries, in particular, directly suffered from this exploitation.
Вместо нее приходит новый мирохозяйственный уклад, который мы назвали интегральным.
In its place, a new world economic order is emerging, what we call the integral world economic order. It brings together different approaches to economic governance, including centralized strategic planning, which enables the state to steer economic development for the benefit of society as a whole. Under this new order, improving people's well-being becomes the central goal of economic policy. At the same time, this model relies on market-based enterprise and private ownership. The state sets the regulatory framework and guides the economy so that private initiative contributes to improving people's well-being.
Обеспечивали рост общественного благосостояния. Вот это сочетание
The combination of strategic planning and market competition as well as state control of the monetary system and private enterprise, has driven China's economic miracle. The state sets the overall direction and regulatory framework, while the private sector contributes to rising prosperity. As a result, China has become the world's leading producer across a vast range of goods and services, including advanced knowledge-intensive products, and now firmly ranks first worldwide in total output.
Заняв устойчиво первое место в мире по объему производства. К нему стремительно приближается Индия.
India is rapidly catching up with China. It now ranks first in population and leads the world in economic growth, while pursuing the same model of the emerging world economic order. Although the two countries have radically different political systems, their approaches to economic governance have a similar framework and share the same guiding objective: improving people's well-being.
Я думаю, что странам Африки следует
I believe African countries should recognize the significance of these changes and incorporate the principles of Noonomy into their governance models. Unlike the imperial and colonial states of the past, the modern state seeks to unlock the full creative potential of its people. Its purpose is to ensure prosperity and a better quality of life while providing every individual the opportunity for creative self-fulfillment.
в новом мирохозяйственном укладе
In the emerging world economic order, non-economic values, moral standards, ethical principles, and traditions are becoming increasingly important. Advances in science and technology now appear almost limitless. We can reconfigure living and non-living matter, alter human biology, and even modify the human genome. Meanwhile, theories of racial, national, and intellectual superiority are resurfacing in new forms. Noonomy provides a framework to ensure that this vast technological potential is pursued only in genuine service to humanity.
Уганда по своему опыту хорошо
Uganda's own history offers a stark reminder of colonial exploitation under the 19th century World Economic Order, an era marked by the slave trade, the brutal exploitation of human beings, and the denial of rights to working people.
фактически бесправным положением трудящихся. Имперский мирохозяйственный
The
уклад
Imperial World Economic Order brought Africa formal independence. Countries across the continent, including Uganda, became sovereign states and now have national governments that shape economic policy in the interests of society.
формирует экономическую политику в интересах общества. Вместе с тем мир был
Still,
разломан.
the world remained fractured by two rival political systems locked in Cold War competition. The subsequent transition period is now drawing to a close.
Сейчас завершается переходный период. Советская система трансформировалась в Китае.
In China, the Soviet system evolved into a new model of production relations that delivered an economic miracle. China and India, the two Asian giants, now form the core of the emerging world economic order. Meanwhile, Pax Americana is collapsing before our eyes. The United States has lost its moral authority and political leadership. Its attempts to revive neo-imperialism, bring the rest of the world back under its control, and establish their homogeneous control have instead undermined the very order, Pax Americana, that they once dominated.
Свой собственный мир, так называемый Пакс Американо, который они контролировали. Европейские страны
European countries are refusing to support U.S. ventures in the Middle East. The European Union is striving to develop an independent political and economic agenda, but unfortunately, this trajectory still bears the distinct imprint of its imperial past.
тоже отдают имперским прошлым. Продолжается война НАТО.
NATO's war against Russia continues, demonstrating that the declining imperial world economic order has not yet fully collapsed. Its death throes can be seen in the rise of techno-fascism in the United States and the European Union. Its proponents claim that artificial intelligence has placed a unique weapon in their hands, one that allows them to kill anyone, anywhere, and at any time, with complete impunity.
И не неся при этом никакой ответственности, это реальная угроза. Реальная угроза, которая
This is a tangible threat that represents an alternative model of the emerging world economic order, one reminiscent of the Nazi project during the Second World War. German-led European Nazism ultimately failed in its attempt to subjugate the world, defeated by the heroism of the Soviet people and the Soviet Union's victory over what we call the Brown Plague of Nazism.
СССР над этой коричневой, как мы говорим, чумой нацизма. Но сегодня
However, Nazism and racism are now re-emerging. Some of those riding the artificial intelligence bubble have come to see themselves as untouchable, omnipotent masters of the world. They are now trying to persuade the U.S. administration to force humanity into a digital concentration camp. Such a development would bring human progress to an end and must not be allowed to happen.
человечество, которое нельзя допустить. Наономика — это ответ.
Noonomy provides a response to these challenges, a framework for organizing social relations within the emerging world economic order, while harnessing the opportunities created by the new technological paradigm. It shows how competing interests can be reconciled, which of the forces driving scientific, technological, and economic progress should be encouraged, and which should be restrained. By bringing together new technologies, traditional values, common sense, and a commitment to the public interest, Noonomy can guide the development of the society of the future.
Позволяет наономике стать путеводной нитью для формирования общественного устройства будущего.
I am confident that this conference will advance the study of Noonomy and help put its principles into practice in Uganda and across the African continent. Africa is a continent on the rise. Following the examples of China and India, we expect Africa to achieve an economic miracle of its own. I hope this conference will play its part in making that vision a reality. Thank you for your attention.
Noonomy as a New Paradigm of Global Development by Professor
So thank you so much. We have heard from Professor Saje. We still have more videos and we shall share them. That's, you have registered on, you have given us your emails. So we shall share this material with all of you. Thank you so much, Prof. Saje, again, for putting together. We have the two videos. We have played one. We shall share the other. Now we have amidst us, we have Professor Nikolai Dimatov, who is going to give a keynote address. And this keynote address will be translated by, sorry I didn't introduce him, our own Professor Tony Mayambala. Later on you will see him. And I think that was the student that Professor Saje was talking about, who connected us. He's making the translation. So you will put on. So allow me invite Professor Nikolai Dimatov, who is also the deputy director of this SY White Institute. So I've been corrected by Professor Nikolai saying there is a video that we have to play. At least a very key one. Can we check that video? So as we check that video, then after that we shall have a group photo at the stairs, and then we shall come back, have a presentation from Nikolai.
and New Industrial Development, INID.
Is it that one?
President of the Free Economic Society. Noonomy as a New Paradigm of Global Development by Professor Sergei Bodranov, Director of the Witt Institute for Noonomy and New Industrial Development, INID. President of the Free Economic Society of Russia, Advisor of the World Association for Political Economy, WAPE. Corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, PhD in Economics. The world is undergoing a radical shift in its paradigms of existence right before our eyes. The old models of economic development built on the logic of endless growth and consumption and competition for resources are exhausting themselves. This raises a fundamental question. What will be the new development paradigm for human civilization? The answer to this key question must be sought first through theoretical reflection on current phenomena and processes. and then through the synthesis of a new theory. It is not based on the principles of market fundamentalism, which has failed to live up to expectations, but instead presents genuine explanatory and prognostic power. Such a theory has already been created and is now being actively developed. This is the theory of noonomy.
Это теория noonомики.
Introduction: Noonomy and its preconditions.
Noonomy provides a holistic theoretical justification of the prospects of social and economic development of human civilization, revealing the features of a new quality of social development and offering realistic ways to achieve it. The author of the theory of noonomy is a corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, PhD in economics, Professor Sergei Bodrunov. In 2018, the book Noonomy was awarded with the Distinguished Achievement Award in Political Economy for the 21st Century by the World Association for Political Economy. As of now, Noonomy has been published in 15 countries in 10 languages and is represented in the collections of the largest libraries, such as the Library of Congress of the USA, National Libraries of the UK, China, Canada, etc. Noonomy courses have been introduced into the curriculums of 10 Russian universities and are taught in Russia, Kyrgyzstan, Belarus, and Israel. Noonomy centers operate at the Ural State University of Economics and the Vologda Research Center of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Many countries annually hold large-scale conferences on these issues. Scientific journals and educational literature are published. A number of major noonomy-based scientific trends are developing. The theory of world paradigms, the theory of strategy, social development, theory of no integration in geopolitical economics, and others.
Andrei Kolganov, Russia. Among the social sciences, it is perhaps only the theory of noonomy that at present seeks to provide a comprehensive view of the trends and prospects of humanity's socioeconomic development. This accounts for the considerable worldwide interest in noonomy. Cheng and Fu, China. Noonomy is an emerging non-economic mode of organizing production and satisfying noon needs. In this framework, social development is measured by the rationality of needs and the development of knowledge, culture, trust, social recognition, and human self-realization, rather than by profit, monetary gain, and expansion of value-based output. Radhika Desai, United Kingdom. Noonomy delves into the type of social institutions and approaches that can support global development. Disseminating these ideas is important because they help policymakers understand how to organize societies for success and expand their capacity for innovation, even beyond the scope of mere technology. Alijan Pirijan Oglu Babayev, Azerbaijan. The theory of noonomy shapes the economic thinking of a new era by offering a fundamentally new approach. Economists, researchers, scholars, and students are now able to apply these ideas on the national level, thereby contributing to the intellectual and economic development of our country. Gilberto Lopez y Rivas, Mexico. Noonomy describes a form of society free from exploitation and domination, in which intellectual and spiritual tasks can be distributed among millions of people, regardless of their social background. We were fortunate to publish Sergei Bodrunov's book, Noonomy, which has been highly praised by the media. Kondapalli Srikanth, India. It is especially important to us that Professor Bodrunov's book has been published in India. As an intellectual shift, noonomy can help many countries, including India, adapt to the new process of the Industrial Revolution and accelerate their development as centers for creativity and knowledge creation.
Noonomy as a term synthesizes traditional notions of economics with a humanistic view of the social order, which is rooted in the Russian cultural and philosophical tradition established by Professor Vernadsky. The core of the theory of noonomy consists of economic sciences, firstly of classical economics and systems analysis. The theory of noonomy echoes a number of modern theoretical concepts, such as the world systems approach of Samir Amin and Wallerstein, the theory of technological paradigms of academics of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Glaziev and Lvov, the concept of intellectual economy of Professor Cheng Enfu and others. Special attention is paid to the works of John Kenneth Galbraith, an American institutional scholar. No in the word noonomy comes from the Greek nous, that is reason, but not just reason in itself as an abstract notion. The criteria base of reason is truth as the supreme value, to which humanity has always aspired. The second part of the term noonomy, nomos, also has Greek roots and denotes the basic principle of organization of any space, the universal law of existence of all things.
Суть теории noonомики
The essence of the theory of noonomy lies in its understanding of human development, not through spontaneity or the primacy of natural instincts, like in the contemporary socio-economic thought in market fundamentalism and, more broadly, in economic society itself. Instead, noonomy prioritizes reason in the governance of social processes. This approach is grounded in humanistic values, which at each stage of development define both the limits of real needs and the permissible means to satisfy them.
механизмы их удовлетворения.
Therefore, a different normative basis for development must be found. Organization of productive activity aimed at satisfying human needs should ultimately be guided by non-economic criteria, because human needs are increasingly moving beyond the economic sphere. What matters, however, is that these needs must become reasonable. Not rational, reasonable. Noonomy is a way of meeting needs in a society of prevailing non-economic relations. Just as economy represents a way of organizing productive activity and satisfying needs in the economic society, noonomy represents it in a non-economic society, a noo society. From the perspective of noonomy, the main path of human development runs from contemporary economic model to the new industrial society of the second generation, NIS2, and then to noo society. Economy is the material basis for the first two stages. For the third, it is noonomy, knowledge saturation as a factor in the transition to a new social order.
Развитие человека базируется
Human
на
development is based on the expansion of the knowledge that human beings discover and assimilate. The primary cause of the changes that move social development to its next stage and in the longer term towards noonomy is scientific and technological progress. This is one of noonomy's central ideas.
теории noonомики.
A defining feature of the current technological revolution is a dramatic increase in the application of new knowledge. Without the production of new knowledge, it is impossible to continue developing new machinery and technologies. The products of contemporary high-tech production are distinguished by what we call steadily increasing knowledge saturation. At the same time, we observe a steady relative decline in the share of the product's material costs. We do not yet have the precise quantitative data or any direct ways to measure knowledge's contribution to production costs. Even so, qualitative and indirect evidence suggests that we are now witnessing a shift in social production, and knowledge is starting to outweigh material costs in the overall cost structure.
Такой тип производства
We call this type of production knowledge intensive, and the product created within it knowledge saturated. Today, the changes are apparent in technologically advanced countries where innovation economy has taken shape. It is imminent that these changes are linked to changes in the nature of labor in contemporary production.
удержания труда в современном производстве.
Based on the continuous incorporation of new knowledge into the production process, the high knowledge intensity of production and the high knowledge saturation of the resulting product ultimately lead to a surge in labor's creative component. Thus, the product intellectualizes and its creative component grows. In turn, this leads to changes in the structure, content, and means of labor, like outline work and freelancing, among other things. Furthermore, as the knowledge saturation of the product increases, not only does the creative character of labor grow among those who produce these products or use them in their own productive activity, the intellectual potential of consumers also increases.
Общество в своем развитии все...
In its development, society increasingly relies on knowledge and on its reasonable use. In this sense, noos, or reason, as a component of the term noonomy, acquires substantive content. Therefore, noonomy, the material basis of a society founded on knowledge and on its reasonable use grounded in a new system of criteria, i.e. the noo-criterial basis of values.
Критериальной базе ценностей.
Scientific and technological progress in contemporary production. Above all, human existence rests on material production, and today on industrial material production that is steadily improving. In the mid-20th century, the American scholar John Kenneth Galbraith described the stage of the industrial era contemporary to him as the New Industrial Society, NIS. He substantiated the changing structure of the economic system associated with the development of industrial structures and showed how the so-called societal technostructure was formed on the basis of industrial development. That is, how it directly influenced the type of social order.
В последующем идеи Гелбрейта
Subsequently, Galbraith's ideas were revised by proponents of the so-called theory of post-industrialism. However, today we bring Galbraith's time-tested ideas back to light. Yet we are returning to them on a new conceptual and methodological basis by introducing the category of the new industrial society of the second generation, NIS-2. What is the essence of our approach?
В чем суть нашего подхода?
It is in the material production, and above all in industry, that the science-backed opportunities for technical, technological, and socio-organizational development are implemented. It is above all in industry that the incentives, forms, and mechanisms of change arise, transforming social production and the life of society as a whole. In this way, we ensure a steady process that provides better satisfaction for continuously growing human needs. At the same time, production evolves and technological paradigms change. We observe a successive transition to higher technological paradigms, from the 4th and 5th to the 6th and the 7th. This accelerates the overcoming of natural resource-based and technological constraints that hinder economic development. It also provides more opportunities to improve the economic efficiency and social orientation of social production, as well as both the possibility and the necessity of directing production management towards continuous deep transformation. Traditional manufacturing is also fundamentally changing as a result of the spread of additive technologies, in which a product is created layer by layer, unlike subtractive production technologies such as cutting, grinding, sawing material away from a workpiece, and so on. The nature of industrial labor is changing as highly knowledge-saturated labor functions are introducing controlling unmanned technologies, the use of robots, and similar developments. The technologies for acquiring the knowledge and skills required in new industrial production are also changing fundamentally with the increasing use of digital devices, embedded chips, internet-based technologies, and virtual and augmented reality. The synthesis of nano, bio, information, cognitive, and social technologies, the so-called NBICS convergence, also provide new perspectives.
Таким образом, в индустрии...
Thus, in industry and in material production, the role of knowledge keeps growing, and so does the significance of knowledge saturation and knowledge intensity. Thus, the pace of technological change is ever increasing. The changes are happening with greater and greater acceleration.
Происходят со все большим ускорением.
The phenomenon of acceleration, or AA phenomenon, as we have called it based on the synergizing of knowledge intensity, is becoming a distinctive feature of the new industrial society of the second generation. As a result, the development of industrial production increasingly takes on the character of continuous innovation. In a theoretical model of social organization shaped by a highly advanced technological development and profound social transformations, new production will take place within an autonomous technosphere. Although separated from man and society, it will remain subordinated to society in its goals and objectives. With the development of no-O society and the transition of no-O production and no-O needs, a transition from economic rationality to a new no-O rationality gradually takes place, i.e. the rationality of the noosphere, the sphere of reason. This new face of rationality and the new acquired clearness of developmental goals come vital and serve as the basis for changes in the nature of social relations. Economy will give way to noonomy.
Конечным итогом рассмотренных нами
The ultimate outcome of the processes considered here will be that Homo economicus, the economic human, will complete its historical mission and be transformed into Homo noonomicus, the no-human, for whom humanism and not economic calculation will be the defining property and meaning of existence.
свойством и смыслом существования.
Personal and social development and human transformation. As a result of the acceleration in scientific and technological progress and industrial development, direct human participation in the process of materially transforming primary resources is declining. Technological development delegates direct manipulation of raw materials to autonomous technetic beings, while the functions of goal setting and control increasingly remain the domain of man. The widespread use of industrial robots, the Internet of Things, and similar technologies of the sixth technological paradigm is only the first step on this path. The role and significance of the human being in the economy are changing. Consequently, they will change in society as a whole as well. The place of the human being in the system of social relations is being reconsidered, and this requires new approaches to personal growth. The following logical chain is at work. The priority development of knowledge-saturated, smart production or no production inevitably leads to the integration of production, science, and education within unified reproduction cycles, leading to the formation of a new type of reproduction known as no-O reproduction, which ensures the priority formation of conditions for society's further development. As a consequence, we will see a gradual decline in the role of utilitarian and simulative needs, and the rise of a new class of needs takes place, the needs of the rational human, or no-O needs. At the same time, new values and activity motives develop among the subjects of material and spiritual production, and these values and motives cease to be economic in nature.
Происходит редуцирование
Economic relations and institutions are diminished and are transformed in the direction of socialization and humanization. We name the process of change in motives and values the movement from zo-o to no-o. Under this approach, human development acts both as a condition for and as a result of the formation of noonomy.
Noonomики.
No-O transition.
Рассмотренные многочисленные
The varying changes we have discussed are taking place before our eyes and can be observed within traditional systems of statistical observation, so they are not isolated. They testify to a powerful fundamental trend in social transformation associated with development along the path of contemporary society, NIS2, noonomy. Within this trend, all existing aspects of social being are changing.
генезис noonomики
The genesis of noonomy proposes the unity of four processes, which we have called the quadriga of factors of civilizational transformation, or the quadriga of noonomy. The first factor is, of course, scientific and technological progress. It creates the material basis for fully satisfying non-simulative human needs. The second factor of the quadriga of noonomy is the diffusion of ownership. Production, however significant and developed it may be, does not exist for its own sake. Its product serves to satisfy human needs. In turn, the process of satisfying needs has historically developed in inseparable connection with one or another mode of appropriation, control, use of the object of consumption as a means to extract the object's utility. Yet, the opposite is also true. Consumption affects the institution of ownership and vice versa. A changing consumption can transform the nature of the institution of ownership. Today, the signs of this transformation are apparent with the development of scientific and technological progress and Industry 4.0, which constitute the material basis of the process of ownership diffusion. We observe new trends in the development of various forms of so-called associative or joint production and consumption, co-working, co-living, car sharing, kick sharing, etc. A chain of causal links appears within the economic system. Changes in technology, changes in production, changes in consumption, changes in the institution of ownership.
Важно при этом, что речь
We
уже
observe more than diffusion of private ownership, but rather ownership as such as a specific relation and institution constituting one of the system-forming elements of the contemporary economy and society.
в результате
As a result, a new alternative non-economic logic emerges. This is precisely the logic of noonomy.
экономическое.
The third factor of noonomic transformation is the socialization of society. It is closely connected to the first two, since technological progress and the diffusion of ownership pave the way for the development of man's new qualities, which in turn lead to socialization. The fourth factor of transformation is solidarism, as an idea, ideology, and practice. From the perspective of noonomy, solidarism is based on a type of interaction between the social actors in which struggle and competition typical of a market-based perception of reality are replaced by mutual awareness of the unity of values, goals, and means of cooperation. Solidarism proves steadily more effective in fulfilling its goal through new social institutions, which are gradually formed within NIS2 and transition to noonomy. It is a synergistic interaction mode in which the three factors discussed above are exerting an ever stronger influence. Based on this phenomenon, new contemporary concepts of social development are being created and are rapidly gaining recognition.
Таким образом, названные 4 фактора
Thus, these four factors and the four directions, or four vectors, of the civilizational transformation we are now experiencing form the basis for the transition to a new type of social organization. For example, noonomy. This long, as we see it, stage of development is noo-transition. Noo-transition is not just another technological revolution, and it is more than a purely economic shift. Instead, it is a comprehensive transformation of the very content of the social system. It is a long, nonlinear transition from economic society to noo-society, in which knowledge, creativity, and personal growth prevail. The noo-value approach, global governance, and multipolarity.
Как уже было сказано выше, именно научно-технический прогресс является
As noted above, scientific and technological progress is both the primary cause and the driver of the global transformation taking place today in all social spheres. Scientific and technological progress provides humanity with previously unprecedented opportunities for development and the satisfaction of needs. Yet, under conditions of economic rationality, it sharply accelerates the transition to a phase of heightened conflict and pushes economic society to the dying stage.
на стартовую точку стадии умирания.
With the current succession of technological and world economic paradigms, these processes can be easily traced. On the one hand, segmentation processes in the global economy are being launched. At the same time, new centers of attraction and growth poles are being formed, or in the noonomic terms, centers of nomos, many of which are emerging from the so-called world system's periphery.
В этих условиях особое
Given these assumptions, the issue of global governance becomes crucial. Today, two opposing approaches can be identified. The first approach is based on preserving the old unipolar model, in which one power center seeks to maintain the hegemony and advances via the unequal exchanges of resources, information, and technology. The goal of this outdated structure lies in preserving leadership and control over satellite countries, and in continuing to satisfy its own interests through the unequal redistribution of benefits. It reproduces conflicts, intensifies inequality, and stifles the harmonious development of the global community. The second approach, which has gained traction in recent years, is connected to the concept of a multipolar world. It is based on the principle of mutual development, mutually beneficial use of partners' economic advantages, solidarity support among participating countries, and the joint resolution of global problems. Recent BRICS and SEO summits have demonstrated the growing influence of this second model. It reflects the reality of multiple centers of growth: economic, cultural, and scientific. In some countries, the emphasis is placed on the development of northern territories and the use of new resources. In others, on combating disease and addressing demographic challenges. And still in others, on the development of high technologies and green energy. Multipolarity manifests itself in culture, education, and scientific cooperation. It is this wide array of multipolar features that is gradually forming the basis of the concept of global governance. In this context, various Chinese initiatives have developed further. Thus, the new concept of values proclaimed by President Xi Jinping at the recent SEO summit has been supported by numerous Russian specialists and scholars. This builds a promising foundation for growth and highlights the development of multipolar type of relations within the global community. For example, relations of cooperation, mutual respect, and joint movement forward. It has now been proven that many core principles of Noonomy we brought to light 20 to 30 years ago align closely with the ideas and practices that our Chinese colleagues are implementing today. This makes our cooperation especially fruitful and promising. President Xi Jinping highlighted 5 main points of this idea, emphasizing the priority of sovereign equality, the principles of multilateralism and social orientation, the importance of respecting the norms of international law and rejecting so-called double standards. He emphasized the importance of safeguarding the rights and interests of all parties, as well as the need to ensure that equal participation in global governance is feasible for every country, regardless of its geographical, economic, political, or other characteristics. From the perspective of Noonomy, implementing this approach, particularly through corresponding process of strategizing detailed in one of our monographs, enables a genuine intellectual and creative no-o transformation of social production that sustains the vital societal functions while cultivating a creative, harmonious, value-driven person. Thus, the human being remains the highest value, at the core of the transition toward Noonomy. Their spiritual and intellectual development will serve as the focal point for the entire system of socio-economic institutions. Unsurprisingly, the Communist Party of China has been able to accurately assess the vital importance of society's value orientation, given that China now serves as a core and a center of world development. Alongside countries in new types of associations such as BRICS, the SEO, and the EAEU, China will carry out a qualitative no-o transition, making it necessary to integrate spiritual and cultural no-o values into the naturally ethical and morally neutral technological progress. This no-o value-based foundation of the goals of global development will make it possible to overcome the crisis of human civilization, address global civilizational threats with solidarity, and form a new basis for social reproduction. This very no-o value foundation will enable a qualitative transition to Noonomy as the future material basis of society. For example, a post-economic social formation where human creative and human generating activity, powered by the boundless resources of knowledge, becomes the core mechanism for meeting societal needs. In our view, this no value-oriented approach must serve as the foundation for shaping a new pole in the 21st century multipolar world order.
Нового полиса многополярного мироустройства 21 века.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Sajay, for that very, very, very intense and clear presentation. I think now we have the understanding of the Sea of Noonomy. And thank you, Nikolai, for reminding us to play this video. It was really very, very important. So at this stage, I will invite the Rita to give this gift to the Vice Chancellor, to give it to our Russian ambassador. And then thereafter, you know, we have been here seated for a long time. So we shall walk a bit and go to the steps and take a group photo. And then we return, have a presentation, have that whole session which will be led by Professor Eddie. We shall have a presentation by Nikolai, and then Prof. Eddie, and then we go into the panel. So the Vice Chancellor is going to give gifts to the representative of the ambassador and also to Professor Nikolai. So we can come here so that we can...
Yeah, thank you very much. I know I'm here to give them a gift from Makerere, but I thought I had cheated them by not showing the gift they gave me. It's a complete book, Regularities of the Noonomy Foundation Formation as Future Social Order, to Know and Operate. So I'm privileged to have received this book from Professor Sajay. It's autographed. With sincere respect, Professor Sajay Badrunov, and I would like to encourage the college principal to please buy a number of these and put them in our shelves and put them in our libraries. I hope the people of political science are on board. It's a very rich text for teaching, and it brings home the presentation he has just made. Because in that presentation, I remembered my classes, while we really debated the forces that shape the material relations of production, a lot of what we've seen go down in the world today is around consumption and greed, and this book responds to that. So we shall not be able to debate Noonomy or have it in our classes when we do not have the book that spells out the foundations. But please, this is my private copy. Thank you very much. So don't come to borrow. Make sure you buy and stock our libraries and our other things. Okay? So I have the singular honor to present to Professor Nikolai some small gifts from Makerere University. And for us, we haven't written a book. They're just souvenirs. It's a necktie and a lapel. Maybe I'll request to put the lapel on your coat, if that's allowed.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. Now let's take a walk to the... Yes, okay, Rita to guide.
Yes, before we take the walk, we are going to manage a few photos from here. Yeah, but I'm requesting you kindly remain standing. Let me just get this for now. So I humbly request the following people in the room to join the VC and our delegates here, Professor Bale, the representative from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the representative from National Planning Authority, the Dean School of Economics, Makerere University, Dr. Peter Babienda, please, members, they are smiling of Makerere University. Then in a very special way, I know Professor Sarasari loves students. We have our students, please, the students who are branded Makerere University Economics and have been taught Bachelor of Arts in Economics. Kindly come and join the officials here. What I'm doing is of up. That is the Makerere University Economics Society, School of Economics. Oh. Wow. Is the good
Students. Students, yeah.
Okay, I've been, where is the guild? Oh, Your Excellency, wait. Your Excellency, wait, you will have your special. Let me first manage economics. It's their day. This is the next generation of Noonomy, or Noonomists, whatever it is. So to our online audience, what is happening is we are into the photo session, but this is very important because we have our dear students, and that is the next generation of academics and researchers. And those beautiful smiles can only come from Makerere University Economics Society. Yes. Is that done? So this, now the student leaders from Makerere University Students Guild. Now our dear Makerere University Economic Society, kindly take your seats. But we are very honored that you're part of us because you're studying Bachelor of Arts in Economics. And from the presentations, I listened and I heard that Noonomy courses have been established in 10 Russian universities, in Israel, in China, and I'm glad that today, Makerere University, under the College of Business and Management Sciences, School of Economics in particular, is also taking that bold step. This is not a balanced. Okay. Remember, is that all? Will it? We are requesting that you stand and then you close to.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mdatina Travis Mwezi, the Good Speaker of Makerere University, and I'm doing Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum, Geoscience and Production, and I'm a finalist. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. My name is Tugoloze Simeon, I'm the Mel Jarasi School of Economics, and I'm happy for all of you to be here. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Kadendi Gracious is my name, Guild President, Makerere University. I'm a Air Force student doing Bachelor of Optometry. Thank you.
And together they are all doing new things that require new knowledge to make new products: optometry, petroleum, geoscience, and economics. Thank you.
The second last photo, members of staff from the School of Economics who are still seated this side, kindly join the second last photo. Members of staff from the School of Economics, you've been looking at me with 45 degrees. Please join the photo. It's your day, conference on the theory of Noonomy, School of Economics, College of Business and Management Sciences, Makerere University. There is a special request if some of you could sit and then the rest stand, because now this is a very balanced family. School of Economics. This engagement is funded by the government of Uganda through Makerere University Research and Innovations Fund. And when you hear that, as we proceed to understand Noonomy, we are going to be undertaking research. When I say we, that means Makerere University and universities in Russia, research, innovations in economics and in the theory of Noonomy. All those wonderful smiles are from the School of Economics. You may wish to clap for them. Yes, thank you. Due to public demand, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs was requesting that we stretch, and have everyone in, and for us to be in, we need to get outside. And then there are steps, that is the place where I normally see Elias and the other team members stand to take the best view of the Makerere University main building. So I humbly request us to stretch, and it is good for our health. Then immediately, please read. It is healthy for us to stretch, but I'm requesting immediately after that photo, let us return to the room for the next sessions. The conference continues. Let us use just a few minutes for the group photo, and then we return to the room to listen to the next speakers.
So, we are welcome back. The media team play the slides of Professor Nikolai. And Tony will be translating, and thereafter we shall have Professor Eddie coming to take us through the panel. Nikolai, they will present jointly with Tony. So after Nikolai, then Tony, and then panel.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. My English is not very well, поэтому я буду говорить по-русски. Мой коллега Тони поможет мне. Итак, уважаемые коллеги, уважаемые профессора, представители научного и делового сообщества, дорогие коллеги, прежде всего позвольте искренне выразить благодарность университету Макерere за возможность провести первую научную конференцию по теории нономики на африканском континенте. В рамках нашей конференции обществу к нономике, в рамках нашего научного семинара, please next slide, yes, в рамках нашего научного, thank you very much. В рамках нашего научного семинара и последующей дискуссии я предлагаю рассмотреть 3 взаимосвязанных вопроса, которые также связаны и с теорией нономики. Первым – это каким образом современные когнитивные технологии входят в процессы так называемого нового перехода, о котором говорил Сергей Дмитриевич Бодрунов. Второй – почему теория нономики имеет особое отношение к Африке и имеет особое значение для африканского континента. Как она может помочь для всех стран Африки, не только Уганды, но и всех остальных. И третий вопрос, каким образом Всемирная ассоциация нономики способна соединить разрозненные научные школы и обеспечить создание новых цепочек движения знания. Именно движение знания, а не его создание. То, чем и занимается наш институт, анализом способов получения знаний, его имплементации в новые продукты. Окей. Необходимо сразу подчеркнуть, нономика является самостоятельной авторской теорией профессора Бодрунова. Она не является ни цифровой экономикой, ни теорией постиндустриального общества или так называемой экономикой знаний. Как меняются общественные отношения, ценности, мотивация человека и сам способ удовлетворения потребностей, в первую очередь разумных потребностей человека. При этом теория нономики развивается в широком научном диалоге и впитала в себя многие подходы, сформировав самостоятельную научную парадигму. Карл Маркс поставил в свое время вопросы о развитии производительных сил и исторических возможностей перехода из царства необходимости в царство свободы. Владимир Вернадский сформулировал представление о ноосфере, в которой научная мысль приобретает планетарное значение. Джон Кеннет Гелбрейт исследовал новое индустриальное государство, планирование и роль техноструктуры. Особое место в наших исследованиях занимает теория технологических укладов академика Сергея Глазьева, чье приветственное слово мы сегодня прослушали, переводит его на новый технологический уровень. Другая траектория связана с высвобождением человека из рутинной деятельности. Международная организация труда оценивает, что примерно каждое 4-е рабочее место в мире потенциально затрагивается искусственным интеллектом. Однако наиболее вероятным последствием станет не полное исчезновение профессий, а изменение самого содержания труда, что как раз и исследуется в том числе в Институте нономики. В таком случае и может быть даже опасен. Если мы посмотрим, для стран Африки к югу от Сахары непосредственное воздействие пока ниже. По оценке МВФ, около 80% рабочих мест имеют ограниченную экспозицию к искусственному интеллекту. Но эта технология способна затронуть примерно 22% занятости в Африке. Тоже это будет очень сильным ударом. Такая меньшая экспозиция имеет две стороны. Она снижает риск немедленного вытеснения работников, но одновременно означает, что Африка может получить меньшую долю производственного эффекта от новых передовых технологий. Поэтому на ценностный выбор состоит не в том, применять цифровые технологии или отказаться от них. Вопрос в том, как контролировать эти технологии, кому принадлежит прирост производительности и во что преобразуется высвобождаемое человеческое время, то есть время людей, которые используют данные технологии. Если автоматизация сокращает необходимый труд, но сопровождается безработицей, платформенной зависимостью и концентрацией доходов, технологический прогресс продолжает действовать в пределах прежнего экономического общества. Но переход начинается тогда, когда эффект научного технического прогресса получает свое общественное измерение. Повышение производительности способствует более полному удовлетворению разумных потребностей, а не бесконечному воспроизводству искусственного симулятивного спроса. И именно здесь, согласно теории нономики, появляются нооценности. Нооценностный критерий определяет саму направленность технологического развития. В логике теории нономики движение к ноу-обществу связано с постепенным преодолением господства узкоэкономической мотивации, социализации общественного результата производства, диффузии контроля над его ресурсами и переходом от человека экономического к человеку культурному. Именно поэтому когнитивные технологии могут стать как фактором перехода, так и препятствием для него. Все зависит от того, будет ли техносфера подчинена человеку или человек останется подчинен новой техносфере. Технологический выбор Африки имеет значение для всего человечества. Африка остается самым быстро растущим континентом. По прогнозу ООН, население стран к югу Сахары может увеличиться в ближайшие 20-30 лет, превысить 2,2 миллиарда человек. Это означает не просто увеличение численности населения, формируется один из крупнейших в мире резервов будущей рабочей силы, научных кадров и создателей новой технологической культуры. Однако человеческий потенциал сталкивается с инфраструктурными ограничениями. Цифры, представленные на слайде, говорят сами за себя. Невозможно построить массовое применение передовых технологий без надежной энергии, сетевой инфраструктуры, центров обработки данных и, что немаловажно, развития системы образования с учетом современных тенденций. Но переход имеет сложное духовное и гуманистическое содержание. Однако его материальные предпосылки остаются вполне конкретными. В индустриальную эпоху многие африканские страны поставляли на мировой рынок необработанное сырье, а затем приобретали произведенную из него товары с гораздо более высокой добавленной стоимостью. В цифровую эпоху эта структура способна воспроизводиться в новой форме. Данные создаются, например, в Африке, но алгоритмы, облачная инфраструктура, вычислительные мощности, цифровые стандарты, коммерческий результат и многое другое могут контролироваться за пределами континента. И это не только для Африки актуально, а для всего человечества, когда мы говорим о преодолении зависимости, цифровой зависимости на пути к технологическому суверенитету. Если сырьевая зависимость извлекала преимущественно природный ресурс, сырье, то цифровая периферийность способна извлекать когнитивный потенциал. И разрыв остается значительным и в материальном производстве. Если мы посмотрим, то разница между добавленной стоимостью обрабатывающей промышленности в расчете на одного жителя в развитых странах и в Африке составляет примерно 25 раз. Это очень большой разрыв, который необходимо как-то менять, сокращать и что-то использовать. Часто используются актуальные во всем мире и текущие формы капитализма. Однако наномика предлагает немного другие подходы. Стоит понимать, что быстрое распространение смартфонов, цифровых технологий и платформ не устраняет никак вот этот разрыв, который сейчас возникает, поскольку, возможно, современное производство будет способствовать в том числе и развитию современного цифрового потребления при сохранении зависимости от импорта, оборудования, лекарств, станков, программных систем и сложных инженерных услуг. Поэтому одна из центральных мыслей моего доклада звучит так. Цифровизация без знаниеинтенсивной индустриализации способна модернизировать потребление, но не модернизирует производственные силы. Наномика предлагает Африке не повторять чужой путь, чтобы входить в новые виды зависимости. Она ставит вопрос о том, каким образом африканский континент может войти в новый технологический уклад как самостоятельный субъект поиска и имплементации знания, а не только как рынок сырья или цифровых услуг. Наномика не предлагает заменить промышленность цифровыми сервисами. Материальной предпосылкой нового перехода является именно знаниеинтенсивная индустриализация, то есть промышленность, основы которой составляют передовые технологии и знания. Производство должно формировать спрос на исследования инженеров, профессиональное образование, местных локальных поставщиков и новые технологические решения. Ну, например, всегда можно взять ключевой продукт Уганды – кофе, который непосредственно всегда связывают с Угандой. Кофе может покидать страну как необработанное сырье, тогда значительная доля стоимости возникает на последующих стадиях, то есть за пределами национальной экономики. Но та же цепочка может включать анализ почв, климатические модели, интеллектуальный контроль качества, глубокую переработку, то есть то, что как раз и делаем мы сейчас с использованием искусственного интеллекта, в том числе анализ мирового спроса для формирования потоков товаров. В первом случае экспортируются преимущественно природные свойства продукта, кофе как сырье. Во втором к ним добавляется знание, закрепленное внутри страны. Тем самым мы видим, что наномика – это не просто теория, это прикладная наука, которая способна объяснять в том числе и передовые технологические решения. И эта модель применима не только к агропромышленному комплексу, и уже сейчас применяют и к фармацевтике, строительным материалам, энергетике, транспорту и многим другим отраслям национального хозяйства. Технология становится национальной производительной силой не в момент пересечения границы импортным оборудованием. Она приобретает такое качество, когда местные инженеры способны ее обслуживать и совершенствовать, университеты исследовать, а предприятия включать национальных поставщиков в технологическую кооперацию. Именно поэтому индустриализация в логике нового индустриального общества второго поколения отличается от простого увеличения числа заводов, поскольку она создает среду постоянного поиска знания и его имплементации в продукты. Современный антиколониализм не должен означать научной изоляции. Его новым содержанием становится когнитивный и технологический суверенитет, то есть способность общества самостоятельно формулировать научные задачи, понимать исследовательские вопросы, которые стоят перед страной, использовать передовые технологии, адаптировать их к национальным и культурным условиям и участвовать в дальнейшем присвоении знания в продукты. Такой суверенитет не требует производить внутри одной страны все необходимое. Мы не говорим об автаркии ни в коем случае. Он означает возможность выбирать направления развития и входить в международный обмен. Не только как рынок, источник сырья или поставщик данных, но и как создатель идей и инноваций. Новый технологический комплекс требует новых институтов международного сотрудничества, способов управления и механизмов распределения результатов труда, в том числе наднациональных. Такую многополярность нельзя свести к увеличению числа крупных держав. Подлинно многополярный мир предлагает множество самостоятельных полюсов научного творчества и технологического целеполагания. Кампала, Найроби, Аддис-Абеба, многие другие африканские города могут и должны участвовать в формировании технологического будущего наряду с Москвой, Пекином, Дели или даже европейскими, американскими странами, потому что стоит понимать, что многополярность не означает конфликтность прямо между крупными центрами. Это формирование полюсов, которые между собой взаимодействуют, конкурируют, либо сотрудничают. Это такая архитектура, при которой различные цивилизации и регионы получают возможность совместно использовать знания, сохраняя собственные культурные и общественные приоритеты. Современный мир не испытывает абсолютного недостатка научной информации. Его проблема состоит в другом. Знание чрезвычайно фрагментировано. Огромные массивы знаний существуют параллельно, не соединяясь в совместное действие. Поэтому одной из институциональных задач нового перехода заключается в формировании цепочек перетока знания, то есть научного обмена между странами, регионами, континентами, культурами. Поэтому научная идея должна переходить в международное обсуждение, в совместное исследование, в образовательные модули и технологические решения. Практический результат должен возвращать в теорию, ставя перед ней новые вопросы. Такое движение не может быть односторонним. Российские исследователи обладают теоретическими и методическими разработками. Африканские ученые глубоко понимают местные производственные условия, демографию, культуру и реальные общественные потребности. Новые идеи рождаются не в момент передачи готовых ответов и уже прикладных решений, а в момент встречи различных научных традиций и видов опыта, объединяя которые мы можем приходить к новым результатам, обогащая как наши экономики, так и наши головы, назовем это так. То есть обогащать людей и взаимоотношения между нашими народами. Мы предлагаем рассматривать университет Макерere не только как принимающую площадку сегодняшней конференции. Он способен стать одним из научных узлов, где теория нономики получает самостоятельное африканское развитие, то есть новую траекторию. Теория, претендующая на понимание глобального будущего, может и даже должна учесть и африканский исторический опыт, а он очень большой на самом деле, и я уверен, мы сможем выявить те направления, которые будут интересны как нашим исследователям, так и вашим научным школам, поскольку мы можем впитывать в себя культурные ценности этого большого и разнообразного континента, тем самым обогащая в том числе и теорию нономики. После сегодняшней конференции, я думаю, должны остаться не только фотографии, которые мы сделали, но и добрые воспоминания. Африканские исследователи способны поставить перед нономикой как ростом, как превратить молодое в источник творчества, развития, использовать природные ресурсы, не воспроизводя сырьевую зависимость, что также актуально в том числе и для России. Я надеюсь, что мы сможем преобразовать наше сотрудничество в дальнейшие прикладные результаты и совместные исследования путей африканских траекторий нового перехода. Уважаемые коллеги, в завершении конференции, какую роль теория нономики может сыграть в решении проблем современности? Ответ профессора Сергея Бодрунова состоит в том, что технологический прогресс должен оцениваться не по количеству благ, сколько рутинный труд, расширяет доступ к образованию и культуре, способствует ли удовлетворению разумных потребностей, творческой деятельности. Именно отделяют технологическую модернизацию. Для Африки Noonomica предлагает идеи, на основе которых можно обсуждать собственный технологический выбор континента. Африке нет необходимости воспроизводить чужое индустриальное прошлое, но она не должна соглашаться и с ролью сырьевой, цифровой или когнитивной периферии. Для Африки Noonomica предлагает идеи, которые позволят стать самостоятельным нового технологического уклада, производителем не только ресурсов и данных, но также идей, научных результатов и человекоориентированных, или я даже сказал бы, новоориентированных моделей. Университет Макерere и африканских исследователей. Мы приехали сюда не только для того, чтобы рассказать о Noonomiке. Мы хотим услышать африканский взгляд африканских ученых, понять их опыт и совместить, какие новые теории общественного развития. Университет Макерere, исследователей, эту великолепную возможность представить и совместно развивать гуманистическое но ценностные идеи в африканской научной среде. Надеюсь, что продолжение нашего диалога будет продуктивным и приведет к реальным совместным результатам. Африка не должна оставаться периферией глобальных потоков знания. Она может и должна стать одним из самостоятельных полюсов формирования технологического и новоориентированного будущего человечества. Благодарю за внимание. Спасибо. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nikolai. Another hand clap for Professor Nikolai. In his concluding remarks, he has said that African scholars should not be at the periphery, but they must be involved. They must be actively involved in the development of the Noonomy theory. I think that's very, very important. We should not only be the consumers of developed theories, but we should participate in the co-authorship and others. Thank you so much. I don't know whether Tony, your presentation is ready? Okay.
And I'm a researcher at the Laboratory of Modeling of Economic Systems, Peter the Great Polytechnic University. Our founder and Polai and on regions, culture, and human dimension of technological change. See, every technology change takes place within a particular region. It enters a city, a rural area, a university, an enterprise, even a family, and local communities. The consequences of the same technology may therefore differ substantially from one territory to another. So regional economics allows us to see how broad is reflected in people. Noonomy, vital question. Do these transformations contribute to human and action of reasonable social needs? A region is often assessed in terms of investment, income growth, the number of enterprises, and profitability. Now, these indicators are necessary. However, they do not reveal the full meaning of development. A project may generate high profits while contributing very local competences. An enterprise may operate within a region while relying on external specialists and suppliers. Monetary turnover may increase while young people continue to work under unstable conditions without opportunities to develop their abilities. Now, a traditional capitalist assessment tends to view a territory primarily through the return on investment, ROI. Now, Noonomy encourages us to move beyond an exclusive monetary understanding of development. During the transitional stage, money markets and capital retain their significance. However, they do not remain the only how human and culture and public services has actually consider whether local connections have become stronger and whether development has become more sustainable. So from Noonomy requires a social meaning, reasonable, while technical focus. Region is a connections. A region is not on a map. It is for connections between people, places of work, educational institutions, transport systems, culture and social institutions. This is particularly visible in East Africa. According to the International Labour Organization, approximately 91.6% of employment is in informal. Informal activities provide income for millions of families. They include trade, transportation, agriculture, repair services, construction, and small-scale production. Yet, such employment often fails to provide stable earnings, professional development, or even social protection. So, technological development should therefore also be assessed by whether it will help people move from activities focused primarily on survival towards more skilled and meaningful work. Noonomy will connect changes in production, which changes the character of human activity. For the regions in East Africa, particularly Uganda, this means that modernization should be accompanied by education, the mastery of accumulated scientific knowledge, the development of skills, and the expansion of human capabilities. Regional development takes place when new opportunities become part of the lives of a broad section of society, rather than remaining available only to a narrow group of people. Let's look at the cultural diversity and new integration. Africa is home to approximately 1/3 of the world's languages. We're looking at about in between 1,500 and 3,000 languages, according to UNESCO estimates. These are languages spoken across the continent. Language is not merely a means of communication. It preserves historical memory, ways of understanding nature, the experience of local communities, and people's perception of work, family, and well-being. Now, cultural diversity should therefore not be regarded as an obstacle to modern development. It represents an important social resource. Within the context of today's discussion, we may describe such convergence as new integration. By this I mean the rapprochement of countries and regions through mastery. Next is solidarity being a resource for development. Again, a capitalist understanding of individual often reduces the person to the role of an individual owner. We're looking at a worker, a consumer, yet the experience of African societies show that human well-being cannot be fully separated from family, community, territory, and relations between generations. So there's that mutual assistance. Noonomy will connect the future of society with a movement away from economic coercion and towards a fuller satisfaction of reasonable needs. So in this sense, solidarity becomes not merely an ethical addition to economy, but a genuine social force for development. Strong institutions connect opportunities. The strength of an institution is determined not only by its budget or formal status. Its strength is also reflected in its ability to connect opportunities that already exist. So we can already see such opportunities and strong institutions in East Africa. Their interaction can become one of the practical preconditions for movement towards noonomic principles of development. How Noonomy changes the assessment of regional projects. Now we can consider agriculture processing enterprises. Monetary assessment will show that the volume of investment, revenue, and payback period. But for a region, we need to see more. We need to have local farmers, for example, gained access to a stable market, have skilled jobs appeared, etc. Noonomy will broaden the criteria of development. Let's quickly look at a view from Uganda and the priorities. Now, a view from Uganda allows us to raise questions about the theory of Noonomy that are directly connected with the real conditions of East Africa. For example, how are monetary growth and the quality of human development related? How do cultural characteristics influence the adoption of technologies? How can we move from unstable informal employment towards skilled and meaningful activity? How can strong universities, public institutions, enterprises, and local communities be brought into closer interactions? On this basis, a joint research program entitled Noonomy and Regional Development in East Africa could be developed. As a researcher engaged with African issues and working with the Russian academic environment, I'm really pleased to contribute to strengthening ties between Noonomy, Russia, Uganda here at Makerere University. Our task is to ensure the accumulated scientific knowledge can circulate, it can be mastered, and find practical applications under specific conditions of Africa. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Tony. Another hand clap, and he has also been translating. Now, there is a professor from the University of Moscow who wants to say something, but let Tony rest a bit. He will say later. Now allow me to invite the principal of the College of Business and Management Sciences to make a presentation, but later then that will dive us into a panel discussion. And then we shall have the professor of University of later. You're welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you very much our presenters so far, but also thank you very much our dear participants for your patience and everything. My purpose in the few minutes is not actually to repeat the theoretical foundations of Noonomy, but rather to pose a practical question. If we take Noonomy seriously, what would it mean for Uganda's development choices? What would it mean for Uganda's development choices? And so, in this very short presentation, I want to focus on technology, national development planning, industrialization, and the role of universities. And after I'm done, have our panel take. That is by way of the flow of the presentation. But in terms of introduction, I want to say that Uganda seeks rapid economic transformation. We are aiming at the tenfold. All of you know that this budget cycle introduced the tenfold growth strategy. but yet much of the technology driving transformation is imported rather than locally created. So, and we know that also digital transformation and AI may raise productivity, but also may have the downside of disrupting employment and widening inequalities. And whereas industrialization can create jobs and incomes, it may also intensify environmental pressures. We already see climate change biting. Some of us have already grown some crops after the showers that came at the beginning of this month. Many of us don't irrigate, and we have lost the seeds and all that. And so the development challenge is therefore not simply how fast we grow, but how we ensure that technological and industrial transformation expands human capabilities and improves societal well-being. And so Noonomy provides one framework for this type of analysis. And what does Noonomy add to our development debate? In terms of moving from consuming imported knowledge and technologies towards creating and adapting them locally. And this has been emphasized by all presenters. Then in terms of technology, we judge technological progress not by productivity alone, but rather by its contribution to human well-being. In terms of human potential, we look at education, skills, creativity, and research as productive assets, not merely social expenditures. In terms of the solidarity, which is one of the terms that we have really already seen to be very important in this, to make sure that nobody is left behind. It is inclusive and all that. And sustainability in terms of reconciling industrial progress and environmental responsibility. And so I pose a question: can Uganda transform from a technology-consuming economy into a knowledge-producing economy while ensuring transformation remains human-centered and inclusive? So human-centered and inclusive is critical. We want to widen knowledge networks, but we want a human being at the center of this. And so in terms of the noonomic question, the question is not whether Uganda should embrace AI and digitalization. The question is digitalization for what and for whom? And so in terms of comparing the conventional question to the noonomic question, does AI increase productivity? The other one would be, does AI increase productivity and human capability? You know, that is now the new paradigm. Can technology reduce costs? And then the other question would be, who benefits from the lower costs? Can machines replace particular tasks? The other question would be, can technology complement human labor and create better work? And then, can services be digitalized? In terms of Noonomy, Noonomy is, does digitalization make services more accessible and inclusive? Can firms automate? And the other one is, can automation strengthen competitiveness without creating avoidable social exclusion? And in terms of being human-centered, in terms of technology, under this Noonomy approach, technology adoption should pass 3 tests. There are 3 tests. The first test is the productivity test. Does it improve what society can produce? That's the first one. Number 2, the second test is a human development test. Does it expand skills, creativity, capabilities, and quality of life? So when we try to test the new technology, being human-centered. And then number 3, inclusion test. Are its benefits widely spread, or does it deepen exclusion? And so, we want to argue that technology should complement human potential wherever possible, not simply substitute for people. Okay. And in terms of the national development planning, Dr. Ngobi from NPA, we know that in NDP 4, Uganda already seeks industrialization, human capital development, digital transformation, higher productivity, climate resilience. But now the Noonomy adds a critical question. What kind of industrialization and technological transformation should Uganda pursue? So in our very important 10-fold growth strategy, what kind of industrialization, what kind of technological transformation should we really look up to? And can we industrialize by importing machines, technologies, and knowledge indefinitely? When we are using, we just adopt but not adapt. And so, on the other hand, can we progressively develop domestic capabilities to understand, adapt, and improve, and eventually create new technologies ourselves? So when you look at those two questions in blue, we find that they are not the same development pathways. And so that's where the debate is. Can we just adopt? Or what would a Noonomic development strategy look like? It should be a movement from imported technology to domestic capacity to adapt and create technology. Also a movement from education as a social expenditure to education as education and research as productive investment. A movement from digitalization for efficiency to digitalization for productivity, inclusion, and human development. Also, a movement from industrial growth alone to industrialization plus decent employment plus environmental sustainability. Then also in terms of concentration of development, it should be spatially and socially inclusive transformation. And in terms of budget, my friend from Minister of Finance, strategic financing, we move away from the annual budgeting we are doing to strategic financing of long-term knowledge-intensive capabilities. And if I can give a case of agriculture, where Uganda can import agricultural machinery, digital platforms, improved technologies, and AI applications. But in terms of the Noonomy transformation idea, it would ask whether Ugandan universities and Professor Wamala, our Director of Research, whether our universities, our researchers, farms, and even farmers are developing the capacity to adapt those technologies to Ugandan soils, crops, climatic conditions, and production systems. That would actually be more of the Noonomy type of argument. And so the whole idea would be from technological adoption to technological adaptation, and then to technological technological creation. You are producing our own technologies. For Makerere, university. The idea would be Makerere can teach and expose students to emerging perspectives on technology, knowledge, sustainability, and human-centered development. But also Makerere can undertake research and generate African evidence on the relationship between technological change, employment, inequality, and human development. Makerere can also innovate and strengthen the link between university research and productive sectors. And also Makerere can convene a neutral platform where government, industry, academia, and civil society can debate these issues. And this is one of the platforms that we can have. But also, Makerere University can advise the translation of research into national development priorities, but also collaborate. We are already in a very promising collaboration with the Wait Institute in Russia, but also we are, as Makerere, getting closely associated with the World Convention of Noonomy. I have not mentioned the right name, but we are, and the Vice Chancellor is going to lead a delegation from Makerere University next month to Italy and participate in the World Association of Noonomy, a big conference over there. Okay, and so the bigger question following Makerere's strategic direction of being research-led, can Makerere become an intellectual laboratory? Professor Omala, can we have a center of excellence in these issues? And we test how Noonomy applies to realities of developing economies. That's a critical question. How do we, as the universities, position ourselves into this? And I have here a repeat of about 5 questions on the noonomic transition. The first one is about knowledge. How can Uganda move from consuming knowledge to producing it? Have we been consumers? But also in terms of technology, how do we make AI and digitalization serve human development? Because now if it is in isolation, there is some downside of it. In terms of industry, how can we industrialize without sacrificing inclusion and sustainability? Sustainability, we are very deep in analyzing the environmental impacts of industrialization. Now we want even to have electric cars and motorbikes and all that. Sustainability issue comes out in this. And then finance, how should public policy finance knowledge-intensive transformation? This university is already benefiting from the ministry's support through Makerere. And even a big percentage of our convention here, Makerere has sponsored. And the idea is for us to carry out research and open new frontiers of knowledge. And so we appreciate that. And so the coming of this new paradigm, I know that the university is committed through government and through the ministry's contribution that comes to this university every financial year. Thank you very much. And then institutions, what roles should government and universities play in this? And these 5 questions actually bring us from theory to practice, and bring us from theory to practice, but there is no single institution that can actually answer those questions. And because of that, then we have assembled a distinguished panel of experts to help us answer those questions. We have the first one, and actually I would request that when I read your name, you will take a front seat. The first one is Professor Robert Wamala, the Director of Research, Innovation, and Partnerships at Makerere University. Thank you very much, Professor Wamala. And the second one is anyone, is from Planning, Dr. Robert Ngobi, the Director of Policy Research at the National Planning Authority. And by the way, guys at the School of Economics, Dr. Ngobi is our very proud alumni, alumnus, call it alumni? Those things disturb me. He's very proud to be associated with the School of Economics. And we are also proud that he's now planning for the country. He's seated behind the tenfold, the National Development Plan 4, and all that. Aren't we well represented? We are. And then we have Dr. Albert Musisi, Commissioner, Macroeconomic Policy Department, represented by Mr. Davis Vuningoma from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And then we have Dr. Ezra Muhumuza Rubanda, the Executive Director of Peter, can you advise me on this? Okay. Okay, no problem. And then we have Professor Nikolai, who has actually stepped out. He will be joining us. But now, so far, we have our panelists here, and I am going to use very few minutes to moderate this panel. Okay. Prof. Nikolai, kindly take a seat in front. And okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm going to make sure that we have enough time. We work within the time that we have been allocated. Now, I want to say again that Uganda aspires to achieve rapid economic and social transformation. That is given. And that's why on our panel we have Minister of Finance, we have National Planning Authority, we have knowledge generators, Makerere, but also have our partners from Russia here. But increasingly, the transformation will depend on the knowledge and technology. All of us agree that this transformation must depend on knowledge and technology. However, technology alone does not guarantee human progress. Technology alone does not guarantee human progress. So it means that if we are aspiring to digitalize in the National Development Plan 4, trying to, pursue the tenfold growth strategy, we are sure that technology alone does not guarantee human progress. And so Uganda must therefore build its own knowledge and technological capabilities while ensuring that technological choices remain human-centered. Now, technological choices remaining human-centered is really very important. And so national development planning and financing must support that transition. National development planning and financing must support this transition that we're talking about. And universities, such as Makerere University, must play their part in generating the knowledge, skill, and innovations that is actually required. Ultimately, it means that government, academia, and industry must work together to determine what this transformation should mean in practice for Uganda. It is against this background that I would like to our distinguished panelists to help us debate this theory and the principles of the theory of Noonomy for Uganda's development. And so, definitely, as Makerere, we generate knowledge through research and all that, and we are really mandated to help government, utilize this knowledge. And so I will start with Professor Robert Wamala, Director of Research, Innovation and Partnerships at Makerere University. And my primary question to you, Prof, is what role can Makerere University play in transforming the theory of Noonomy into African research and educational agenda? And before you answer, the follow-up would be that what are those aspects that we need to prioritize in the way you undertake research, curricular innovation, and engagement with the government for us to advance their agenda? Thank you.
And thank you very much. And allow me to say good afternoon to all of us. It's a pleasure being here and getting this opportunity to share my thoughts on this particular theory, which in my view looks at, in a way, economic and societal development in which human intelligence, like has been said, knowledge, creativity, science, innovation, becomes primary drivers and value creation for transformation. Allow me to begin off from the term theory. Known that I mean, my understanding is that much as it may be a proven phenomenon in that particular sense, if I may use the term, but allow me base my response to the two questions on 4 critical issues, which is number 1, critically Africanize. Number 2, testing. Number 3, developing, and then operationalizing the concept through research, education, and innovation. And so I'm going to speak to those particular aspects. First and foremost, Makerere University is very well positioned in terms of its research agenda, covering several aspects in health, in agriculture, in climate, in education, economic growth, in science and technology. So in terms of the knowledge grounding and our strategic direction, we are basically set as a university. But I see Makerere University having an important role in transforming the idea of Noonomy from just a theoretical preposition into an African research and education agenda. There are several risks that we do have of just adopting or picking something without, looking at its relevance. What I'm saying is that we should not just simply import the concept of a theory into our context. But our role should be to interrogate, like I said earlier, to Africanize, and then generate evidence on what knowledge and intelligence-driven economy means in the context of Africa. Colleagues, allow me provide about 7 suggestions on what Makerere University can do. Number 1, I don't know if this has been talked about, but I'll still re-emphasize it, but Makerere University can establish an African research program on Noonomy. And what do I mean? In this particular case, I mean bringing together economists, computer scientists, philosophers, educationists, engineers, researchers. In other words, we are looking at an interdisciplinary kind of like setting where we get to interrogate the connection between the knowledge, the human intelligence, the AI, which has actually been so much talked about, innovation, and how do all these actually speak to development in Africa. I did say earlier that this should be an interdisciplinary research platform, all center focused on African knowledge, intelligence, and innovation economics. Number 2, which I think is also critical, is develop an African conceptual framework of Noonomy. Our understanding in the context of Africa may be different. What is viewed in the external world may be actually different from what is understood here. And so, like you posed several questions, we should be able to pose questions like, what does an intelligence-driven economy mean in a continent where there are still significant challenges around digital infrastructure, around research financing, around unemployment, around inequality and access to knowledge? And so we should therefore develop a framework that connects the knowledge that we produce, the indigenous knowledge in particular, the education, the research, the artificial intelligence, and the entrepreneurship, and how these all connect to society transformation. Number 3 of the 5 is we should use Africa itself as a laboratory for testing this theory. It's a theory, of course, from our own academic understanding, theories become proven phenomenon. But their application in specific context, in a way, becomes different. And so Makerere University's, researchers should be able to investigate sectors like agriculture, like health, like manufacturing, like education, like technology, financing, and be able to move this discussion from just an abstract and empirical, just an abstract theory into something empirical that is drawing evidence from the context of Africa. Number 4, we need to transform education from just knowledge transmission to intelligence development. Of course, one of our key things is teaching as a university, research, and community engagement. But the question is, are we developing graduates who think critically, who create, who innovate, who collaborate, and also be able to solve complex African problems? Or are we just passing out individuals who have abstract knowledge, but the knowledge cannot be applied to our situation? Number 5, which is second last, is Makerere should make AI an important component of the agenda. Of course, I know there is much that has been spoken about AI, of course, looking at the negatives and the positives, but I'm not saying that we should equate Noonomy with AI. No, I'm not saying that. I am saying that AI is a powerful accelerator of the knowledge economy. But the central asset remains the human and collective intelligence, our responsibility in knowledge, not blaming the outcome of the knowledge to AI, but being able to be responsible for the decisions and the knowledge that we do generate. Lastly, is being able to move, to change how we measure research and education. Colleagues, with so much been relying on publications, but this actually becomes insufficient. I mean, a measure of university contribution. And so we need to align our policies and practices to measure how research generates new knowledge, new technologies, new policies, new businesses, new innovations, and all that geared towards our society outcomes. In other words, this would provide us a strong connection with Makerere University's emphasis right now, which we are promoting, of measuring our research impact. Lastly, I think, which is very, very critical, I think I should also mention this, that Makerere can also convene an African Noonomy network, where we, as one of Africa's traditional university, we have the capacity to basically take the lead in basically not just discussing this agenda here, but moving this outside and create a network where we get to engage. I've heard about the international engagement coming up, but I think it should be brought here in Africa and being able to interrogate that. And so in a nutshell, what am I talking about? I'm talking about being able to understand the theory. Number two, Africanize that theory. And number three, create the evidence to actually support our arguments. And then educational transformation, being able to innovate and influence policy, but above all, being able to influence our society with the knowledge that we generate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Omala, for that very deep, discussion on Makerere University's preparedness. But also you have ably talked about the gaps and the challenges that might exist, which to me really speaks to the opportunity to provide solutions to those gaps. And also pitching it very well with the strategic direction of the university and the creation of research centers and all that. Now, I would like to go to planning. All of us know that we are in the first days or whatever for the National Development Plan 4, but also this is the first budget to really implement the 10-fold growth strategy. And now, Dr. Ngobi from National Planning Authority, how can the Noonomy's emphasis on knowledge, productive forces, and human potential be reflected in Uganda's long-term development planning?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. Robert Ngobi. In the civil service, the titles of director were phased out. My correct title is manager, policy research. Yesterday when this file was found itself on my desk, requiring me to be here, many things went through my mind. I was even doubting myself whether I was reading the word correctly. I asked 3 colleagues what the pronunciation was, and they all told me you are correct. I tried to read a lot of literature. Most of it was paid literature. But before I answer the question, let me contextualize. Where do we stand today as a country? One, we have a big substance or informal sector. That a big portion of the population is still in the informal sector. That means their production, their consumption patterns are difficult to document. And the country cannot continue to measure development by numbers. We don't want to develop and leaving other people behind. So government has put in place, as part of development planning, a lot of wealth creation initiatives, including PDM. These address the quality issues and being humanistic as a country. That is one aspect which would inform my other discussion. The other, as part of the conceptualization, is we're in an industrialization phase. We want to move from a situation where we export raw materials to adding value. This question of Uganda is the leading export of coffee, Somani cocoa, Somani copper. We must move from exporting raw materials and start adding value to them. And when you add value to them, then that requires for you to manufacture locally. And as you manufacture locally, then you are speaking to issues of technology, either adoption or technology transfer. The other concept or part of the conceptualization is the digital and the knowledge gap. These things speak to the theory of Noonomy. So, digitalization and the knowledge economy. Today, what separates nations is not the volumes of natural resources you have, but the knowledge gap and your capacity to solve society issues. There are many countries that are not endowed with natural resources. If you have them, that is a plus. But not having the natural resources cannot stop you from developing. Today, we rely on nature largely for our tourism sector. But there are countries that whose tourism is largely urban in nature. Now, we have many development frameworks, starting from the Vision 2040, that recognizes human development as a bottleneck to development. So that is why the major aim of the Vision 2040 speaks towards moving from a peasantry economy to a modern and prosperous economy. The tenfold growth that aims, because now the vision was projected for 30 years. At the middle, after 15 years, we did an evaluation. The vision set targets on many things. And after the evaluation, it was realized that the country was moving behind the targets. So, to move to the projected targets, the tenfold growth strategy was crafted as a catch-up strategy, as an accelerator, as a common understanding of how we can move the economy from its estimated size of $50 million to $500 million. But you will not move the economy tenfold in a space of 15 years by doing things the usual way. When we received the invitation letter, and what I've been hearing this morning about Noonomy, when you look at the NDP4, it has a number of programs that speak to the concept of Noonomy. We have a full program on innovation, technology transfer, a full program. We have a program on manufacturing, we have a program on digitalization, there's a program on human capital, under which we are concerned with the creativity of the people. So for us, as national planners, the question is not how we apply the concepts of the Noonomy to to long-term development. The question to us is how do we deepen these principles to national development planning? But as we transit from the business we are doing today of thinking you are going to measure development by GDP, by increment in outputs, and you can have the numbers when you are moving alone. You can become a middle income, and when there is a small portion of the people who are in a middle income. We must start prolongating, asking many questions. If your per capita income is $12,000 a year, as government, why would you pay people less that doesn't allow them to translate? If you want to move alone, at least move with those you employ. But as we transit, there is a missing middle. I've been listening to the discussions since morning. If we are transitioning from today to where we want the economy to be, that does not talk to development for the sake of it, we must address the missing middle. One of these missing middle is our power supplies, the energy. If you are going to invest in high-tech technology, you have to have stable power. And this stable power must be reliable, and it must be costed properly, but not necessarily below the cost of production. The other missing middle, which we should address, is infrastructure. These could be roads, there could be dams, there could be digital. That infrastructure that will support the transition must be in place. We must, the other missing middle we must address as we move from, as we translate from the current economy to the promised land of Noonomy. We must put in place mass systems. You must develop a mass transport system with issues of interconnectivity. A system that will handle volumes of people and volumes of goods. You must have a mass education system. And you must have a mass health system. A health system that is not only sensitive to local diseases, but a health system that will generate income. These issues of medical tourism. So that is how we move. The other missing middle is knowledge, research and innovation. We conduct a lot of research in this country, but what does it speak to? Makerere will conduct research because research is one of its core values. So a university will have to conduct research to be differentiated from a secondary school. And universities should not be glorified secondary schools. But as a country, what is the research effort of this country? How is it being directed? Many institutions have research agendas informed by either their institutional mandates as a way to build and consolidate the impact of research in this country. We are developing a national research agenda that speaks to national priorities. And all government institutions, local governments, and public institutions will be aligned to research, generate knowledge, innovations, and technologies that speak to national priorities.
Okay.
That is very important. Now, so for us is not adopting Noonomy in development planning because the principles are already incorporated in development planning. The issue is how do we deepen it, and we want to deepen it by addressing the missing middle.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ngovi. That was very encouraging. The alignment of the long-term national planning to this concept, but also what you present as the missing middle, what we need to put in place for us to deepen these principles. I will now, because of the alignment, go to Minister of Finance. And the issue is about the financial and the budgetary instruments that could support knowledge-intensive industrialization. And the question is, in practical terms, how can fiscal policy and the national budget give greater support to research, innovation, advanced skills, technology development, and other knowledge-intensive capacities? Davis?
Thank you, Professor Bade. Yeah, as professors alluded to alignment, of course, as we all know, we try to implement the NDP4, or actually the NDP, through our annual budgets. So those are usually about 5 budgets to implement the NDP. So I'll be mostly re-echoing Dr. Ngovi's words on what he has said. But first also to highlight that from the policy perspective, of course, when we got this invitation, we must appreciate that, yeah, this was a new paradigm we're getting to learn. So of course, from the policy makers' perspective, first there were people thinking, is this something different? Is this a competing narrative to our current economic thinking? But of course, yeah, we had our debate. But then, of course, as you all know from the NDP, we are not free market fundamentalists as Uganda, looking at the free markets. And of course, neither are we, of course, socialists. But our approach, because of the we know that markets can fail, so we have been taking what we call a quasi-market approach. And this is, of course, what we think will also contribute to achieving the tenfold that has been alluded to so many times. So the quasi-market is what moves us beyond just providing the normal goods and services, but also where government can partner with, say, the private sector in different strategic areas where ideally the private investor may not have the incentive to invest. So we felt actually that maybe from our discussions, we felt that actually we're already on our path to Noonomy by just that quasi-market approach. And we have seen it work. It is financed through the budget. We have so far over the years given this quasi-market approach. We have so far given what we call the Uganda Development Corporation lots of funding over the years, over 1 trillion to facilitate its interaction or its partnership with the private sector so that we can actually invest in goods that the private sector ordinarily, if it were a private sector-led economy or just totally free, that is what UDC would invest in, rather the private sector would invest in. But because they were failing, and because we needed to regenerate, or as Dr. Ngovi has said, to try and accelerate, to provide a catalyst to growth so that we can achieve the tenfold our ambition of Vision 2040, we have had to at least do that. And we feel that already that is on our way to the new economy. But from the financing, of course, government understands that no country can achieve rapid economic transformation without STI, without science, technology, and innovation. So even in our tenfold, we have prioritized the STI. If you look at the current budget for this year, overall the STI sector has been given over 1 trillion shillings to try and, of course, help. But even among these, among the innovation sector, we are looking at the different, we have different, for instance, innovation funds. We support the innovation fund. But we also have what we call the Engineering Development and Innovation Center, which has been set up and is being operationalized this year. that has been given sufficient funds. So what does this do? When Professor Bade brought the concept of Noonomy home, we are talking about why do we continue importing, say, intermediate goods, importing equipment or capital goods to try and help us in production processes. So this center is supposed to help young Ugandans who are innovative to come and learn or train on how to build actually these equipment so that we can actually use them in the production process. So where does this come from and what was the motivation? There's someone who wanted to partner with, strategic partnership, but he told us he's a Ugandan entrepreneur in the strategic sector, but who has had challenges just ordering for these capital goods. For him to make an order and it is effected, you have to first pay upfront. Then for your capital goods to be manufactured, they start the manufacturing process maybe 3 months after. The capital equipment you need can actually take even a year to manufacture. So the time lost for any strategic investor, because we cannot produce this. So with this strategic center, I've highlighted it mainly under the innovation, because it's supposed to produce what we call dies and molds to try and help us actually produce the capital equipment so that we may stop importing the equipment and later actually find that we can produce this. At times we've been excited. We look at our FDI. Yeah, FDI in Uganda has been growing. We look at the different levels of investment. We've been excited with the oil and gas sector, and very soon we shall be producing oil. But when you look at the equipment or the FDI, when you look at the total figure, you may get excited, but at times the FDI, part of it is the imported component. So if we are manufacturing that, actually most of the FDI or the foreign exchange would actually stay here. But of course, it's still okay. We have seen our macros very stable, but we feel that part of this is on our way to the new economy. So at first, different people thought these are competing paradigms, but actually, when it was brought home in the Ugandan context and the different questions asked, we discovered that the Noonomy is actually it's complementary to our economic thought, but getting us ready to have the futuristic thinking when actually much of our society has developed and innovation and skills and have reached a level of maybe say what the developed economies have. And also in terms of our prioritization, I would like to also inform you that the production, manufacturing and development, the production and manufacturing sector also has, when you look at the different budget allocations, it is also over $1 trillion to encourage manufacturing, to encourage us to get to a certain level where at least we can now also, based on his context, bring our population now ready to think and say if your jobs are taken by AI or if your jobs have made you better through AI, how do we still help you improve your welfare as Ugandans? So, yeah, at least government has tried to look at this. We didn't know this so-called concept. It is new, we are getting it, but at least we have unconsciously been trying to perform some of it through the different budget allocations. Yeah, and of course, maybe before Professor comes in, yeah, we mainly finance this through the budget, these innovations, and because we know that usually sustainable development, when you're to fund it, you have to finance it either expensively through commercial sources of financing. Rarely do you get budget support for some of these things. Usually budget support is mainly through, what the markets show us is that the budget support is mainly goes to social sectors, but when we have to develop ourselves and through sustainable development, which the new economy talks about, the theory, at least we have to fund it ourselves, and mainly government has to take initiative to finance this. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for really pitching it there. And I like there's no conflict between what you have submitted and what Dr. Ngobi has submitted. And because he has the mandate of giving you the certificate of compliance, he will tell us whether, that certificate, whether it is of what percentage in terms of compliance between planning, targets and then the financing. And then I want to come to you, Professor Nikolai. And the question is the audience here, but also those people online would like to hear the research topics that should become priorities for the first stage of cooperation between the World Association of Noonomy experts, but also with your institute, for which you are a deputy director. And so the idea that which areas would be most useful for testing, adapting, and applying the theory of Noonomy to realities of Uganda and other African economies. You are welcome.
Okay, thank you. Тони поможет мне с переводом. Ну, очень хороший вопрос. Спасибо за вопрос. Вообще, если посмотреть, то я бы, наверное, предложил 3 таких взаимосвязанных направления. Наверное, они даже пересекаются с теми, которые я в своей презентации называл. Конечно, первое... Окей. Да, давайте сейчас. 1 minute. Gadgets.
Because you said listen to what it's saying.
Окей? Окей. Продолжим тогда. Итак, я бы предложил 3 взаимосвязанных предложения, наверное, приоритетных. Они во многом сходятся с теми, которые я как раз озвучил в своей презентации, в своем докладе. Но первый – это знаниеинтенсивная индустриализация Уганды и стран Восточной Африки. То есть здесь стоит понимать, что это одно из ключевых направлений, связанных с формированием собственных производственных возможностей и технологических компетенций. То есть мы должны изучать возможности, как создать новое производство именно на основе знаниеинтенсивной основы. Сейчас мы видим, что несмотря на то, что в Африке, как многие видят по цифрам, есть определенные отстающие отрасли, этот разрыв можно сократить, используя тот потенциал, которым обладает африканский континент. Мы видим, что демографические изменения, они очевидны для всех. Население растет. Это рабочая сила в любом случае, которую можно направить на формирование инновационных и технологических компетенций. Вопрос, как это сделать, здесь уже нужно решать в области образования, государства и институциональных структур. Как раз это и изучается в рамках Института нономики и нового индустриального развития. Мы ищем институциональные механизмы выявления проблем и их решения, в том числе в сфере образования. Теория нономики в этом плане как раз может помочь выявить те точки и приоритеты сопряжения знаний с профессиональными и технологическими компетенциями, а дальше выявить способы их уже внедрения и проникновения в производственную среду. То есть, в принципе, это все решается в России, мы занимаемся такими исследованиями. Очень успешно у нас есть большие проекты по изучению кадровых компетенций, по развитию системы образования с учетом потребностей в производстве. И внедрение инновационных технологий не только отдельно от профессиональных компетенций, но и с учетом кадровых возможностей. И это успешно реализуется уже не 1 год. Я думаю, что похоже может быть реализовано и в условиях африканского континента. Тем более мы все понимаем, что интернет уже проник всюду, статистика собирается, и даже в самых удаленных регионах Африки можно собрать необходимую статистику для выявления вот этих проблемных точек, зон, на которые можно оказывать воздействие. И мы можем перенести успешный опыт из и России, Китая в том числе, и даже Индии, то есть на африканский континент для поиска точек сопряжения знаниеинтенсивного развития. Это что касается первого такого блока, который мне кажется перспективным, интересным и где может быть действительно развита теория нономики с учетом континента угандийского, африканского континента, прошу прощения, и интересов таких стран, как Уганда, и не только Уганда. На самом деле мы планируем, что теория нономики пойдет намного дальше и выйдет даже за пределы Восточной Африки. То есть мы надеемся на долгосрочное развитие на этом континенте. Второй вопрос, который мне кажется актуальным сегодня, это, конечно, технологии, такие как искусственный интеллект, и технологии, влияющие на изменение характера человеческой деятельности. То есть, понятно, цифровые технологии, они изменяют нашу деятельность и, прежде всего, меняют молодежную занятость, квалификацию и переход от рутинной деятельности к более сложной. Ну, ни для кого не секрет, что современная молодежь все активнее пользуется цифровыми технологиями повседневно, да, даже уже, наверное, ежеминутно. То есть нас окружают технологии, которые могут влиять на нашу жизнь. Как эти технологии могут влиять, это уже другой вопрос. Они могут нам дать дополнительное время на творчество, размышления, ну, о чем я говорил в выступлении, а могут, наоборот, превратить нас в более таких закрепощенных людей, которые будут работать. Искусственный интеллект многократно повышает нашу производительность, но не всегда эта производительность выливается в освобождение времени. То есть мы просто больше работаем. И это одно из актуальных исследований, потому что искусственный интеллект сейчас, ну, назовем это, на хайпе остается, но никто не понимает до конца, к чему это может привести и какие условия труда будут уже лет через 5-10. То есть сложно уже представить, насколько далеко зайдут технологии. Тем не менее, исследования ведутся. Мы в России активно изучаем технологии искусственного интеллекта, его внедрение в производство и то, как он влияет на жизнь людей, то есть создавая во многом реальные проблемы. Та же образовательная сфера, которая сейчас полностью трансформируется в связи с тем, что искусственный интеллект поменял привычные, ну, я даже не знаю, в Африке, я думаю, все то же самое, как и в России, и в любой другой стране, когда студенты уже перестают думать своей головой и полностью погружаются в искусственный интеллект. Это не значит, что эту технологию, ее надо запретить, как-то избавиться от нее. Нет, к ней нужно адаптироваться. И вот одно из актуальных направлений исследований, как адаптировать в том числе и африканский культурный контекст, который, откровенно говоря, очень сильно отличается от российского или китайского. И это вполне себе нормально, потому что если вы приедете в Россию, я думаю, вы тоже испытаете некоторое культурное удивление. А в Китае другое культурное удивление. То есть все мы различные, это нормально. Но мы можем учитывать культурный контекст для того, чтобы управлять теми изменениями, которые нас окружают. И тот же искусственный интеллект, он может поддаваться управлению, адаптации в системе образования, в производстве, повседневной жизни людей. Но для этого нужно выработать определенные институциональные механизмы и изучить поведение людей. Есть определенное нарративное моделирование, которое можно адаптировать, в том числе и к условиям африканского контекста культурного, что, на мой взгляд, очень интересно, поскольку я сам математик по образованию, и поэтому мне очень интересно проводить расчеты, в том числе выявлять поведение людей и какие паттерны движут ими. Для Африки таких исследований нет. Я специально посмотрел, никто не смотрел, что движет людьми, именно влияние на их поведение, на принятие решений. То есть каких-то комплексных исследований нет. В Европе, в Китае такие исследования есть, в России мы их делаем, проводим, в Америке есть. В Африке это сейчас пустое, скажем так, поле. У нас это, говорят, непаханное поле, к которому можно приступить. И я думаю, это очень актуально, интересно и поможет понять, что движет людьми, какие цели, для того, чтобы менять определенные институциональные механизмы и воздействовать на людей с целью получения положительной реакции. Опять, это уже переходит к теории нономики, как нам сделать, чтобы люди могли удовлетворить свои потребности, в первую очередь разумные потребности, а не воспроизводить бесконтрольное потребление и стремление к большему, большему, большему без остановки. Конечно, к большему нужно стремиться, но это не всегда должны быть финансовые какие-то аспекты. Иногда нужно стремиться и к саморазвитию. И как же людей выявить траекторию, которая будет интересна людям. Мы это в России делаем сейчас вполне успешно. Я уверен, в Африке такое направление будет актуальным. Ну и третье направление, которое мне кажется тоже перспективным, это выявление движения знаний и технологической самостоятельности. Мы в России любим употреблять такое выражение, как технологический суверенитет, то есть выявлять, какие технологические цепочки требуется поддерживать для, ну, скажем, обеспечения эффективности и независимости национальной экономики. И здесь мы тоже можем смотреть, какие есть цепочки знания. Очевидно, что для Африки это тоже большой пробел, поскольку технологии создаются в очень ограниченном режиме и часто импортируются. При этом континент очень богатый. Мы видим, что есть значительное количество и ресурсов, и сырье, агропромышленные возможности, сельское хозяйство и так далее, и так далее. Все это есть. Часто это идет на экспорт, когда на импорт идут технологии. В России тоже такие проблемы были. Мы их, я не скажу, что полностью решили, но они активно решаются, вводятся институциональные меры, законы. Для африканского континента было бы интересно выявить вот эти цепочки, куда идет знание, откуда оно убывает, куда прибывает, и выявить способы для усиления воспроизводства именно знаниеемких производств, то есть, скажем так, чтобы знание оставалось, впитывалось в промышленность, и после мы могли обеспечивать уже инновационные технологии внутри стран Африки. При этом, опять я говорил, речь идет не об автаркии, то есть самодостаточность не означает отказ от всего внешнего. Нет. Можно выработать хорошие цепочки взаимодействия на африканском континенте между странами, создать технологические цепочки с учетом внешних инвестиций. Африка очень привлекательный континент. Китай инвестирует значительные средства в африканский континент. Россия хорошо сейчас начинает входить в африканский, скажем так, хозяйственный цикл. Поэтому инвестиции будут. Но главное, чтобы эти инвестиции могли давать мультипликативную, расширенную отдачу. Ну и если мы говорим об искусственном интеллекте, об движении знаний, то стоит понимать, что мы должны выявить также способы, каким образом университеты, предприятия и международные исследовательские сети, такие как Всемирная ассоциация нономики, могут соединять вот эти фрагментированные, разрозненные знания и превращать их в производственную способность. Это возможно сделать. Возможно, стоит начать с каких-то пилотных проектов. Думаю, что с коллегами мы еще вернемся к вопросу возможных каких-то исследовательских проектов. Ну и далее перейдем к поиску точек соприкосновения, которые были бы интересны и нашему исследовательскому коллективу, и вашему, и отразились бы благоприятно на жителях африканского континента. То есть как раз эта конференция, то есть мы хотели бы, чтобы эта конференция стала началом нашего постоянного исследовательского диалога, а не разовым мероприятием. Мы уже говорим о дальнейших контактах и поиск точек. Примерные направления, которые были бы интересны нам, я обозначил, но это не значит, что мы ограничиваемся только ими. Мы готовы смотреть и развивать любые интересные направления, которые приведут к положительному результату как для людей, так и для наших научных школ. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nikolai. The hand claps to appreciate the mouthful of knowledge that has been shared. In the interest of time, we shall allow questions from the plenary. and we only have 5 minutes. Can we give priority to the persons online first, and then we shall get into the room? Is there anybody online? Anybody online, please? Let's wait for the persons online.
Наталья Геннадьевна, включите ваш микрофон.
Please try to be as precise and concise. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, my name is Natalia Yakovleva. I am Doctor of Economics at the professor at the Faculty of Philosophy of Lomonosov Moscow State University. It is an honor for me to address this international conference dedicated to the theory of noonomy. I will be presenting my paper in Russian. Я хотела бы остановиться в своем выступлении очень коротко об опыте преподавания теории ноономики. Мои коллеги Сергей Дмитриевич Бодрунов, Николай Дмитриевич Дмитриев достаточно много говорили непосредственно о содержании теории ноономики, о ее концептуальных основах, но я хотела бы подчеркнуть, что эта теория не только изучается учеными и расширяется, развивается, но она уже проникает и в студенческую аудиторию. Почему это происходит? Потому что, с одной стороны, мы все ученые, и мы наблюдаем глобальные трансформации общества, которые происходят особенно наглядно за последние 30 лет. С другой стороны, многие из нас, кто участвует в том числе в этой конференции, являются преподавателями. И мы понимаем, что старые научные теории, ну, старые это относительно, то есть те научные теории, которые мы используем, они в значительной степени потеряли свой объяснительный потенциал и методологическую состоятельность. То есть мы наблюдаем кризис современной общественной науки, как мировоззренческий, так и методологический. Например, я как экономист хочу сказать, что современные направления, так называемые мейнстримовые направления экономической теории, они не в состоянии дать объяснение ни существующих противоречий, ни потенциальных трендов в общественном развитии. То есть мы испытываем необходимость коренного изменения, с одной стороны, экономической парадигмы, развития экономики, а с другой стороны, необходимо совершенствовать и развивать образование в сфере общественных наук. Вот здесь мне хотелось бы более подробно остановиться на исследовательском и образовательном потенциале теории ноономики. Это одно из немногих направлений в современной общественной науке, которое дает общее теоретическое описание перспектив, причем достаточно отдаленных, эволюции общества. И хотелось бы подчеркнуть, что основание будущего общества в теории ноономики заключается не в отрицании ведущей роли материального производства, как есть во многих других современных теориях, а в формировании его нового качества. Это знаниеемкое индустриальное производство, как уже подчеркивали не раз сегодня. Хотелось бы еще сказать, что теория ноономики, она не только опирается вот на этот столб знаниеемкое индустриальное производство, эта теория носит междисциплинарный характер. Она изучает изменения во всех сферах общественной жизни. С одной стороны, это и в экономических отношениях, и в управлении, с другой стороны, в ценностях, мотивах человеческой деятельности и, наконец, в культуре, что немаловажно. И хотелось бы подчеркнуть еще, что теория ноономики нацелена на формирование глубоких прогнозов развития цивилизации. Поэтому это теория не только настоящего, но теория будущего и, если можно сказать, теория о будущем. Что касается преподавания, на сегодняшний день на территории России и особенно стран постсоветского пространства теория ноономики активно внедряется в учебный процесс. Многие университеты Российской Федерации, Киргизии, Казахстана внедряют основы теории ноономики в учебный процесс в своих курсах. В частности, это Московский государственный университет, Санкт-Петербургский государственный экономический университет, Уральский государственный экономический университет, Челябинский государственный университет и другие университеты, в том числе Киргизии и Казахстана. Я очень коротко хочу сказать, что у нас в Московском государственном университете, который я на нашей конференции сегодня представляю, разработан подобный курс, который называется «Глобальная трансформация технологий, экономик и человек». Это основа общей теории ноономики. Он разработан в научно-образовательном Центре современных марксистских исследований философского факультета Московского государственного университета. В разработке данного курса принимали участие специалисты, ученые из разных областей общественной науки. Это и экономисты, и философы, и специалисты в исследовании научно-технического прогресса. Курс прошел успешно апробацию в качестве межфакультетского курса, в котором участвовали студенты и аспиранты, как российские, так и зарубежные, студенты и аспиранты разных факультетов Московского государственного университета, и гуманитарных, и технических, что очень важно. Окей. В заключение хочу сказать, что на чем опирается этот курс. Первое, то, что мы даем в этом курсе, анализ основных теоретических концепций, которые позволяют исследовать глобальные трансформации 21 века. В том числе на их фоне мы особенно опираемся на теорию ноономики. И второй момент – это методологическая основа курса. Методологическая основа курса, она четкая, жесткая, является ядром. Это философская составляющая подходов к изучению социально-экономической реальности именно в эпоху индустриального способа производства. И прежде всего это методы исследования, которые приняты в классической марксистской политической экономии. И в заключение хочу сказать, что по итогам этого курса издана книга в серии, юбилейной серии, которая издается в России к 270-летию Московского государственного университета. Эта книга издана под руководством Сергея Дмитриевича Бодрунова, авторским коллективом, который прочла курс, и используется и в Московском государственном университете, и в других вузах при чтении курса по ноономике. И хочу сказать, что если будет желание, а такое желание, наверное, будет у наших коллег из университета Makerere, то мы готовы поделиться и своими наработками и в преподавании, и в методологии исследования ноономики, и в методических разработках для преподавания ваших курсов. Спасибо большое за то, что вы организовали такую замечательную конференцию. Надеемся на сотрудничество.
To the persons in this room, please be precise and concise. I would advise that you write down your question and read it. Don't think too much on the floor. Thank you. Yes, please. And please, you can direct the question. Don't give any context. Please don't give any context. Just ask the question.
About, thank you so much, Dr. Peter. I'd like to ask Professor Nikolai about the need to, mainstream youth and women in theory of Noonomy. Because I was chatting with my colleague here, when we look at the panel, we see only gentlemen. So how do we ensure that now going forward, we make sure that the women and the youth are actually at the center of this conversation? Finally, I also look at Noonomy as an opportunity to further deepen the collaboration between government, academia, private sector, civil society, to see that we actually push this forward. So for me, my take home and my recommendation, since we already have the African network on Noonomy, we could also have the Makerere Center, which we can now start scaling up by leveraging the opportunity of the digital presence to see that we can actually have as many young people embrace this as a movement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please write down your question and read it.
Окей. Так, надо, наверное, наушники.
Thank you so much. Paul Wawiga, School of Economics, and my question goes to Professor Nikolai. The theory that you presented has an element of knowledge intensification and then AI. And I was asking myself, because AI and the technologies themselves affect culture because of the algorithmic homogenization of the way economic agents operate or relate with each other. How is that going to be reconciled with Africa's efforts to leap forward? And then two, the East Asian giants that you cite, China and then the other, first pursued economic nationalism, but they were equally forced to open up to integrate in the global value chains. So the theory of Noonomy, how does it help Africa simply leap to where we want to go without following the two giants that you cited? I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abiga. Please precise and concise. Write down the question and read it. You'll be efficient.
Thank you very much. I'm Moses Ruwanga from Teda Farmers. I'm going to talk in terms of what? Climate change. The theory of Noonomy. How will it coincide or will it contradict with the indigenous knowledge? Because according to UNCCC, they what industry people, what indigenous knowledge? How will it contract with indigenous knowledge?
The question
then the next step is Professor Wamala. You talked about Africanizing this Noonomy. And moreover, we have our indigenous knowledge. How am I going to explain to my person down in Iganga how we can embrace Noonomy and indigenous knowledge? Thank you.
Thank you. At least the two of us are from Iganga. Lastly.
Thank you. My name is Jocelyn Nanezi, and I believe my question also goes to Dr. Nikolai. The first one says it's about practicability of the theory. Number one, how are we going to ensure that what we have on paper is going to remain impactful and relevant over the years? Because many strategies have come through, but then some have failed. And then number two, we are speaking about inclusiveness and knowledge. I believe I second the gentleman that came before me, saying that how am I going to ensure, how am I sure that a person that is deep down in the village is going to gain from this, because it's AI and it's technology, they don't know a lot about it. And then are we going to look at giving them free digital devices? Because if it is that, something of a kind has been put in place, but then it has faced several limitations. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question there. I want a student in white. Okay, we are done. Please. Nikolai.
Да. Хорошо.
Oh, please.
Так.
Thank you so much. Ambrose Oga is my name, graduate student of Masters of Arts in Economics. This goes to Dr. Nikolai. The theory that you presented triggers more of financial inclusion and also human development. So my question would goes like, in this perspective, we see that the theory of Noonomy includes in the perspective of property ownership and also property rights. So what are some of the realistic political and economic mechanisms that are in place to convince the current corporate monopolies and ultra-wealthy elites to distribute the control over this automated production in systems? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm giving each one of our panelists 2 minutes. You sum up as you respond, and that will be the end of the panel. I'll start with Davis.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. Yeah, for me, I'm excited to be here, and from the Ministry of Finance perspective, we are always happy to collaborate with Makerere University on matters of economic policy so that we can always have evidence-based economic policies. So it is good that we are part of this because we think it's part of the building blocks of adopting Noonomy, which we think is people-centered and welfare-centered. So we're happy to be part of this, and we feel it is already complementary to our existing economic thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ngobi, please.
Thank you, Chair. No question was asked to me, but during Dr. Bale's presentation, he asked me a question, what kind of industrialization and technology we require as a country. I want to use the 1 minute to respond to that. We are looking towards industrialization and technologies that are conscious of our existing skills or future skills. We are looking at industrialization and technologies that respond or link with our local value chains. That is very important, but also we are looking at technologies that can easily be re-engineered in the public space, but also industrialization that addresses society needs. Going to the moon is important, but for today, I don't think it's a priority for Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will tie in the question with my final remarks, where I do affirm that Makerere University should not, not just Makerere University, but all other institutions, should not be passive consumers of the theory of Noonomy. In other words, we should become a site where the theory is interrogated, Africanized and tested, and I'll speak to that when I come to the question. So our ambition in a way should be to move from just knowledge economy in which Africa consumes knowledge produced elsewhere to an intelligent driven African economy in which African universities, researchers, innovators, communities, students generate, own, and apply knowledge to solve African problems. But the key question is, how will my grandmother or someone deep down in the village basically get to understand this particular theory? Of course, as universities, we have 3 roles: teaching, research, and community engagement. And that engagement has to be structured in a way that the way we write, if we're publishing, we write for publication. If you're communicating to the policymakers, we write policy briefs. But if you're going to the community to actually disseminate, you need to package this information for the audience and for them to be able to understand. Otherwise, it will remain a theory that is understood from the academia, Africanized from the academia point of view, but then from the practical point of view, not be able to generate practical solutions that actually apply to my grandmother or my father or my uncle deep down in the village. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Professor Nikolai, in 2 minutes, please. We are running out of time.
2 minutes?
Yes,
Окей.
please.
Окей. Итак, я на русском, конечно, отвечу, поэтому надо, наверное, надеть наушники. Итак, я так понимаю, все знают, что я плохо говорю по-английски, поэтому вопросы были очень длинные, да?
Please, Nikolai is asking that you put on your headphones so that he communicates. I don't think we have any more Russians here than 3.
Итак, я то, что услышал, отвечу. Первый вопрос был про женщин, насколько я понимаю, и как теория нономики поможет женщинам и молодежи. Yes? Yes. Теория нономики – это теория инклюзивная во многом и рассматривает все с позиции равноправия и равного участия. Поэтому вот у нас в России каких-то ключевых проблем с правами женщины или молодежи нет. Здесь как раз интересен африканский контекст. Если такие вопросы задаются, значит, это открывает поле для будущих исследований. Что же все-таки считать правами женщин и молодежи с учетом культурного контекста Африки? Я думаю, что здесь нельзя подходить под одно, скажем так, копирование того, что есть у нас. Наши взаимоотношения культурные могут отличаться от ваших взаимоотношений в обществе между детьми, мужчинами, женщинами. Это поле для будущих исследований, наверное, очень интересное, но теория нономики все-таки исходит из инклюзии и защиты всех прав, всех людей, включая и мужчин, и женщин, и детей. Но, конечно, нужно учитывать культурный аспект, безусловно, без него нельзя. То есть это будущие исследования, которые мы можем провести. Второй вопрос, если я не ошибаюсь, касался, как искусственный интеллект повлияет на культуру и можно ли учитывать африканский контекст, поскольку я говорил о Китае и других гигантах, но в Африке ситуация немного другая. Опять здесь как раз тоже нужно понимать, что технологическое развитие должно учитывать культурный контекст. Я, когда отвечал на вопросы на панельной сессии до этого, говорил о нарративном моделировании, что это очень интересно, изучить паттерны и влияние культуры на поведение людей, в том числе для того, чтобы разрабатывать свои модели искусственного интеллекта и понимать, какие потребности есть у людей, помимо стандартных, назовем их так, текущих капиталистических. Хотя стандартное слово не подходящее. То есть мы все-таки пытаемся отойти от этих потребностей. И если мы говорим о китайском, например, опыте, то там, конечно, мы анализировали поведение людей с учетом культурного контекста. И искусственный интеллект там тоже по-своему влияет на принятие решений у людей. В России другая ситуация. В Африке, я уверен, будет следующее. Но есть общие паттерны использования искусственного интеллекта, которые выявляются в любом культурном контексте. Поэтому их игнорировать не стоит, как я приводил примеры с системой образования. Другое дело, что африканская культура, наверное, отличается от китайской или российской. Поэтому это открывает поле тоже для будущих исследований, поскольку когнитивные технологии учитывают культурный аспект. Язык тоже учитывают очень активно. И мы, безусловно, заинтересованы в изучении и африканского континента. Третий вопрос, если не ошибаюсь, касался изменения климата и как современные технологии могут соотноситься с местными знаниями коренных и локальных народов, если не ошибаюсь. Так? Да. И в результате... Нет? Ошибся я как-то? Ну, хорошо. Я услышал именно про коренные народы.
1 minute, please.
What?
1 minute.
1 minute? Понял, постараемся меньше рассуждать. Коренные народы – это очень интересное направление в Африке. Я думаю, что знание коренных народов – это в любом случае культура, а нономика – это теория, которая изучает и широкий культурный пласт. Я уверен, что знания, в том числе коренных народов, могут войти в отдельное направление исследований теории нономики. У нас уже есть похожие исследования в Латинской Америке, где мы изучаем такие концепции, как пачачма, соединение с природой, как взаимодействие идет с экологией. И это влияет в том числе на принятие решений у населения. Следующий вопрос касался международных проектов, которые приходили и исчезали в Африку. Как мы собираем обеспечить практическое продолжение и как люди в деревнях могут почувствовать этот результат. Это очень интересный вопрос. Теория нономики касается не только городов и деревень, не разделяет. Она касается в первую очередь человека и его культурного направления. Что же касается различия в образе жизни деревень и городов, я думаю, что здесь вопрос опять в перетоке знания, поскольку знаниеинтенсивное производство, о котором было сказано, должно учитывать и локальные аспекты местности. Международные проекты, правда, могут исчезать, приходить новые, но это не значит, что мы должны отказываться и не пытаться. Наш проект только проникает в африканскую среду. Мы еще до конца не знаем все ваши культурные аспекты, но мы с удовольствием хотим их узнать для того, чтобы адаптировать отдельные направления к изучению вашего континента и поиску способов для улучшения жизни как людей как в городах, так и в деревнях. Так, я вроде на все вопросы ответил. Если я что-то упустил, то можно продолжить. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Join me to appreciate the panelists. Thank you very much once again. The next phase will be to appreciate our panelists with the gifts.
Okay, thank you. Let us give the panel and the moderator a befitting hand clap. Thank you so much, plus our online participants. Now let's start this way. The panel deserves also to stretch a little, so we are requesting maybe stretch so that you earn a colorful photo. Members, we are still live streaming on the Makerere University YouTube channel. Remember, the rules are that you're being captured, so give us your best smiles, faces, the way you would really love to appear on the Makerere University YouTube channel. Is that, yes, kindly take your seats. Yes, now what we are going through is when you're part of the panel, the moderator presents to you a token of appreciation. So we have a set of souvenirs from Russia, and they are going to be presented in this order. So I request Professor Nikolai, together with the moderator, to be the ones presenting this to the people I'm going to read. Now, the first one is to Professor Edward Dibale. It is going to be received by Dr. Peter Babienda. There is a book. So, Dr. Peter Babienda is receiving a book and an assortment of souvenirs on behalf of Professor Edward Bale, who has been... Next, we have Professor Ibrahim Mike Okumu. That is the Dean School of Economics. He's been a panelist and also a moderator, a co-moderator. A minute, there is a book. Let him receive the book. Then we have Dr. Peter Babienda. Then we have Dr. Ngobi. Professor Wamala. That is Professor Wamala, Director Research and Graduate, Director Research, DRIP, at Makerere University. And then we also have Mr. Davis Voningoma, Acting Commissioner for Macroeconomic Policy at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Yes, thank you very much. That leads us to the official closing remarks by Professor Ibrahim Michael Okum. The panelists, feel free to take your seats this side.
The Vice Chancellor, who was represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, this morning, representatives of the government of Uganda, His Excellencies, representatives from the Embassy of the Russian Federation, colleagues representing the Union State of Belarus and Russia, Professor Brunov, Professor Dmitriev, Professor Wamala, panelists, faculty, students, and friends joining us online. My name is Ibrahim Michael Kumu. It's not every day that a university convenes economists, technologists, and policymakers not to ask how to grow the economy, but what kind of economy are we becoming? And do our inherited categories still describe it? That the School of Economics, Makerere University, could host such a conversation in partnership with the SY White Institute and the World Association of Noonomy and our government, it is a marker of the seriousness with which Makerere University intends to engage the frontier of economic thought. Professor Brunov's theory asks us to entertain a premise well outside the mainstream economics most of us in this room were trained in. A discipline built on margin analysis, general equilibrium, and the presumption that scarcity organizes human choice. As material production is progressively automated and human activity shifts towards knowledge, creativity, and culture, society approaches what he calls Noonomy. Not a reformed economy, but in his own precise formulation, a non-economic way of satisfying rational, culturally determined human needs, arrived at through what he terms the new industrial society of the second generation, NIS2. The term itself descends from a lineage, Valdemar Vanadesky's noonosphere, the sphere of reason that Vanadesky argued follows the geosphere and the biosphere as a next stage of planetary development. Professor Brunov is not borrowing that name loosely. He is proposing that the noosphere has an economic, or rather post-economic architecture, and today's discussion pressed hard and rightly on what exactly that architecture is. I will not pretend every economist in this room or in the wider discipline would sign on to that thesis without qualification. And I suspect Professor Brunov would not want us to. There is now a substantial literature engaging in this work, much of it appreciative of the diagnosis, some of it sharply critical of the transition it proposes, particularly on how far it leans towards centrally coordinated, digitally mediated planning as the institutional vehicle for reaching NIS2. That is not a criticism I raise to score a point. It's the ordinary discipline any theory of civilizational transition must hold on to. A compelling account of what is ending does not by itself specify what governs the interval between the old order and the new one. That question, institutions, incentives, accountability during transition, is exactly where today's panel's discussion and its keep, and I commend the panelists for not letting the conversation stay comfortable. What the panel made clear is that this is not a typical seminar room debate for us. The representatives from NPA, the Minister of Finance, were asking the question this country must put to any grand theory offered to it. And what this means for an economy still building industrial capacity, still absorbing a young and fast-growing labor force, still negotiating its terms of trade in a world where the technological frontier sits elsewhere. Noono's claim that knowledge and creative labor will supersede material production as a primary source of value is one that already industrialized economies can debate at leisure. We do not have that luxury as a country. We cannot theorize our way past the factory floor. We have to build it even while planning for what follows it. That, I believe, is the honest way forward from today, and I offer it in three parts. First, let us treat Noonomy as a diagnostic, not a blueprint. Its greatest value to us is not a policy program awaiting adoption, but a lens sharpening the questions our own planners must answer directly. How do we build human and creative capacity alongside industrial capacity, rather than after it? How does this school develop a research agenda that studies Uganda's own transition, rather than import a finished framework wholesale? Second, let us treat as the start of an institutional relationship not a single event. The presence of INID, the World Association of Noonomy, and colleagues from Russia and Belarus, alongside our own faculty, signals real appetite for sustained exchange. We could consider joint research on automation and labor markets in African economies. We could consider doctoral exchange. We could consider comparative work between post-industrial theory and late industrializing realities. And I, for one, I do commit the School of Economics to converting the appetite into research agenda with named outputs and a timeline, not goodwill alone. Third, let us hold the theory to empirical account. Every economic theory earns its keep against data and is revised when the data resists it. I encourage our doctoral students, our master students, and early career researchers to treat that as an opening. There is genuine scholarly space to test Noonomy's claims against Ugandan and East African evidence on labor's share of income, on the returns to knowledge-intensive versus material production, on what automation is actually doing to employment here rather than what any theory predicts it should. Let me close with this. This conference has given us something rare, a genuine cross-tradition conversation conducted with rigor without defensiveness on any side. Professor Brunov and Professor Dimitriev, thank you for bringing a body of thought developed over decades and subjecting it today to the scrutiny of this university and this country as we chart our path to transformation. That's exactly how ideas are tested and improved. To the government of Uganda and Makerere University Research and Innovations Fund, thank you for making this exchange possible. The measure of their success will not be the eloquence of this morning and mid-afternoon's addresses, considerably as they were, but what the School of Economics at Makerere University and its partners do with the next 12 months. I look forward to leading that work, and I thank you. With that, you've earned your lunch. Safe travels back home, and wish you all the best. A good afternoon.
Please let us ensure that the gadgets, the translation gadgets or equipment is safely returned or handed over to the head translation team. And this is how we are going to handle our lunch. To all our online participants, thank you very much for being with us since morning. And we've come to the successful end of the conference on the theory of Noonomy at Makerere University. And their lunch, they'll see how to handle their lunch digitally or using artificial intelligence. So members, we are going to have our lunch, but in a very orderly way, the Makerere way. So I humbly request Professor Wamala to lead our guests first. We are using the other door. You will receive, the team is already to serve you, then you'll come through this. So members, we are following order. This is table number 1. Table number 1, kindly be followed by table number 2. The rest of us, you can use this time to get the name of your neighbor, the person seated next to you, but also to say, to wrap up with the person seated next to you, what have been the key insights since morning. So what we have is table 1, and then our dear student leaders, please help me ensure that the translation team has received all the gadgets that we've been using from the respective tables. Table number 2, please join the line.